compliance, any pre-chips because they just haven't gone through the testing. They will at some point, but it's expensive, so we haven't done it. They are still shipping out.
Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Hey, folks, let me have your attention real quick, please. We're just about ready to go. Before we gavel in the formal meeting, there are a few very limited in time presentations that folks are either obliged to make or would like to make to you. So I'd like you to give your attention first to the Municipal Technology Committee. And we'll have a few quick ones and then we'll gavel in and go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Very quickly, can we get our slides up here? My name is Matthew Probst, represent the Municipal Technology Committee. We're just giving a very brief report for what we've done over the last year. And that's not it. While they're bringing them up, we want to thank everybody who's participated in our various surveys, the full town meeting survey. This is who we are. It's both committee members, Orla, Ryan, Angela, Yash, Jay, and myself. We do have one open role. One of our asks for you tonight is we're looking for an additional person to serve on the committee. So we'll get to that in a second. I'm not going to go through this in detail, but we have a flyer outside. You can pick that up. Things that we've been working on, 5-year strategic planning. Look for efficiencies within various different town departments for cost savings and to accelerate services. We've been working with the IT department on improving networking, hardware and software, and improving training support among the various different departments. Future activities, we want to improve service across the town through a variety of feedback loops. Feedback loops includes surveys and collecting feedback, real-time feedback about how things are going, how to improve. And we also want to consider leveraging AI where possible. Artificial intelligence to make things faster, simpler, automatic, and easier to understand. Continue to work with the various town departments on their technology needs, and continue to improve the website. If you have experience in transformative IT and you're interested in serving on the committee, please let us know. We'd love to have additional volunteer. Okay, last slide. Special thanks to Jay Montillo and Hassan for all of their work. And if you have time right now, we ask for 30 seconds of your time. If you haven't taken the pre-town meeting survey on how to improve town meeting, please go to sborough.org. You can connect your phones to Wi-Fi right now with Trotty, your guest. And it's a 30-second survey. We'd love to learn how to improve town meeting, and all results are given to the moderator. Thank you.
Library brought in Ryan Donovan.
Do you have the slides? Oh. Hello, I'm Ryan Donovan, the director of the Southborough Library. I'd like to start off by thanking the community for their support several years ago with our proposed library expansion project. Despite the library's best efforts, we were not selected as a recipient of the Massachusetts Public Library Construction Program. As a result, we are turning back tonight the amount of $150,000 that was allocated for the planning and design. It is my hope that we can continue to seek opportunities to expand the library in the future. I'm here to provide a brief update on what's been happening at the library. Library programs are well attended by community members of all ages. While our programs for children continue to be our most popular events, our dedication and commitment to programs for teens have also yielded impressive results recently. While overall circulation usage at the library remains very high, this past year saw a marked increase in the usage of electronic books on the Libby and Hoopla online platforms. Also in the last year, the 3 most popular electronic resources at the library were JSTOR, Freegal Music, and Consumer Reports. A total of 251 children's programs were held in fiscal year 2024. Events ranged from music and story time for babies and toddlers to a week-long graphic novel camp for 8 to 12-year-olds. Popular events include holiday parties, summer reading events such as animal programs and magic shows, the annual 4th of July parade, and the party for incoming kindergartners. The Children's Library staff partnered with the Rec Department to offer story times for summer camps and with the YMCA to hold young scientist classes for preschoolers. Story times for babies through preschool age continue to be very well attended. I hope you all have your calendars marked for the evening of Thursday, April 10th for Art and Bloom with the Southborough Gardeners. That's this Thursday. The opening exhibit will be the social event of the season for the spring, with the exhibit continuing on view through Friday and Saturday. Be sure to catch the second half of the Gorgeous Gardens of New England on Wednesday, April 9th and April 23rd with local resident Joanne Pearson. The library's annual Candidates Night is returning to the library this year and will be held on Thursday, May 8th at 6:30 p.m. The Friends of the Southborough Library invite you to mark your calendars for a variety of fun events and fundraisers coming their way this June. Join us at the library on Wednesday, June 4th for an annual meeting with celebrated local author and Southborough resident Meredith O'Brien. The Friends annual book sale is set for Saturday, June 7th. Treat yourself to some great summer reads while supporting your library. Get a jump on spring cleaning and set aside stuff for the Friends of the Library community yard sale event on June 21st. Planning is underway, so watch the library website and newsletter for details. The Peggy Tuttle Award for Library Service Distinction is named in honor of library staff member Peggy Tuttle, who contributed over 30 years of public service to the town. This year's recipient is current library staff member and longtime contributor to the town of Southborough. In the words of last year's award winner, Beth Mello, this employee is always friendly and professional. She is always enthusiastic with kids. She is patient in reading and great leading book groups. She always puts a smile on her face no matter what kind of day she is having. The Southborough Library would not even be half as successful as it is without her. I personally cannot imagine running the library without her. Please join me in congratulating the 2025 Peggy Tuttle Award winner, the library's Assistant Director, Kim Ivers.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you anybody who nominated me. Here's the award. I just want to say that I worked with Peggy, and I was a dear friend of Peggy for so many years, and I'm so glad and fortunate that I got to be able to do that. When I started as a library page, I was 15 years old, and Peggy was training me, and she told me, always treat people right, and you'll be fine. She said, if you make a mistake with the books, that can always be fixed. If you make a mistake, if you don't treat people right, that can't be fixed. So I've always remembered that and passed that on to anybody who I've trained in the years since then. So this is a big honor, and thank you.
Very quick, Board of Health. Board of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Chelsea Malinowski, the Chair of the Board of Health, and I'm here to present the Doc Stone Award here this evening. Mary Ellen Duggan, who is the Northborough-Southborough School Nurse Leader, is the recipient of this year's Doc Stone Public Health Award. Mary Ellen has been an invaluable partner with the Southborough Health Department for several years now. She has worked collaboratively to enhance our programming in the areas of CPR, Encompass, vaccination programs, migrant families, town wellness programs, Narcan training for school nurses, and STEM conferences for women. She is involved in various groups of school and town leadership whose primary focus is the overall well-being of people in our community, especially students and teachers. She is a wonderful resource and advocate for our community as a whole. The Health Department is very grateful for her unwavering support of public health. I am honored to present this award to Mary Ellen on behalf of the Board of Health and the Health Department and wish her continued success. She is not here tonight because I didn't tell her she was getting it, so I will make sure that she receives her award in due time. But congratulations, Mary Ellen Duggan. Thank you.
Last but not least, our old friend, Mr. Don Morris, on behalf of the Tricentennial Committee.
Good evening. I'm Don Morris on the Tricentennial Committee. The Southborough Tricentennial is our town's biggest celebration yet. While Southborough's official incorporation date is July 6th, we're celebrating the entire year. The Tricentennial Committee is planning a year of unforgettable events and celebrations. Our goal is to make these festivities affordable and inclusive. Here's just a glimpse of what's coming. We're also partnering with local organizations like Southborough Recreation to enhance existing events like Heritage Day and Summer Nights. To make it all happen, we're relying on sponsorships and donations through Friends of Southborough 300, a 501c3 nonprofit. This allows us to raise tax-deductible funds to cover costs and keep events affordable. Our goal is to raise enough funds to ensure that every resident can experience the joy of this historic year. Our fundraising team will be reaching out to local businesses and residents for support. We're excited to announce the kickoff of our fundraising sponsorship opportunities. There are several sponsorship levels ranging from $1,000 to $100,000, and these can be spread over 3 years to make participation easier. A big thank you to our first two major sponsors, Southborough Community Fund and Ginny Martins and Associates, for their generous contributions. In addition to sponsorships, we're also running other fundraising efforts. Many of you have already heard and seen our engraved brick fundraiser. Launched on Heritage Day 2024, this initiative has already received tremendous support. The donation for each brick is $300. These engraved bricks will be installed in Heritage Park, creating a lasting legacy for generations to come. Once the bricks are in place, we'll be hosting a fun Find Your Brick event to celebrate. Ordering your personalized brick to commemorate your family, loved ones, organization, or local business is simple. Try the QR code. You can also visit the Tricentennial page on the town's website. Check out the Southborough 300 Facebook page. Or, if you're not sure, call Vanessa or Katie at the townhouse. A portion of the sponsorship funds from Southborough Community Fund is being used to invest in contact management software, making it easier to stay connected with sponsors, volunteers, and the entire community. Expect more updates soon. But we need you. Volunteers are essential to making this historic celebration a success, and we're grateful to those who have already committed their time and energy. But there's still much work to be done, and we need even more hands on deck. It's a lot of work, but it's fun. If you have specific skills, interests, or time to offer, we'd love to have you on board. Join us at one of our posted monthly meetings to learn how you can help. Or you can come in person or attend on Zoom. Let's make the Tricentennial a once-in-a-lifetime event, one that leaves a lasting impact on our town. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to our annual town meeting for 2025. It's great to see everybody here. My name is Paul Semino, your elected moderator. I've been informed by our clerk that a quorum of 100 registered voters is present, and therefore this town meeting will come to order. As your moderator, I am responsible for the oversight and conduct of our proceedings here tonight. Again, I'm pleased to see all of you here, especially anyone here that is attending their very first town meeting. If anybody here is attending their very first town meeting and you decide to come to a microphone tonight, please mention that when you're there so we can recognize you properly. Today, as always, I will do my best to honor the commitment of everyone here to our town's legislative governance by proceeding along as fairly and efficiently as possible. And now, if you would please rise as the local scouts post our colors and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Do I say this? Please stand. Color guard advance.
Our color guard tonight is Daphne Glazer, Emily Murphy, Isla Bartolini, Maggie Garofalo, Claire McCarthy, Maddie Raylander, Haley Wallace, Gwen Cotter, Brianna Chang, and Isabella Lima Oliveira.
Color guard, present the colors. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color guard, post the colors. Color guard dismissed.
Our scout leaders tonight are Dina Capobianco and Kelly Monley. Thanks to them as well. You may all be seated. Our annual town report is available at the tables in the lobby tonight. On page 6 of the annual town report, you can find a list of 50 individuals that our community lost in 2024. In addition to those 50, there is the subject of the dedication just preceding it on pages 4 and 5 of the annual report, and that's Donna McDaniel. Donna was a longtime town resident and contributor, historian, journalist, and perhaps most impressively, our very first woman to be elected to the Select Board back in 1978. Please join me now in a moment of silence to remember Donna and all of our other departed neighbors. Thank you very much. As with all past town meetings, we have volunteer tellers appointed and duly sworn by the clerk, should it become necessary to count unnecessary votes today. I thank these tellers for their service. However, as we did for the first time at annual town meeting in 2024, each of you were issued an electronic voting device when you checked in today. We will use these devices to quickly record votes that are too close to call, thereby saving a lot of time for all of us and for other items on the warrant. For just a minute at this point, I'm going to yield the microphone to our clerk, Jim Hegarty, who will explain the process of electronic voting.
Hello. Every registered voter in the auditorium should have a clicker that has a blue lanyard. Every registered voter who is in the auditorium will have an orange lanyard. Your blue lanyard only works in this room, the orange lanyard only works in the other room. If you look at your clicker right now, the screen is probably blank. If you touch any one of the buttons on there, A or B, a couple of things are going to happen. If you press A, the letter A is going to show up on the screen. On the top left-hand corner, there's an upside down, looks like a Y, it's an antenna signal, and to the right of that is a signal strength indicator. If you press the buttons on this screen right now, 1A or yes or no, 1A, 1B, the letter's going to show on it. When the letter displays, it means that your clicker isn't talking to the system. Your votes are only recorded when the moderator opens the window for voting to take place. When the moderator says we're going to use the clickers, everybody's clicker ready to go, the next thing you're going to see when the moderator says the voting is open, over the clerk's table here, we will turn this light to green. That would mean that the voting is open, and they will open the voting on question 1. Can we put that on the screen, please? So let's do a test vote here, okay? Right now, will the Red Sox make the playoffs? All right, if you'd all please press any button on your screen. And it shows right now that a total of 73 buttons, 100 and some odd have come across. If you notice on your clicker right now, when you press the button, a number shows up, not a letter. That indicates that your vote has been, and the word OK pops up, that indicates that your vote has been received. Now, as long as the green light is up here, you can change your mind as many times as you want. The only vote that counts is the last vote when the moderator closes the vote. As you can see up here, it doesn't show how many people voted yes or no, just the total votes, and that includes a total from both rooms are mingled in together. Okay, so if the moderator said, all right, the voting is closed, that goes to red. Close the voting, please. And when they close the vote down below, it displays the votes. I will admit that I voted no on that, but that's okay, all right? I'm losing. So let's go to a second, which is actually an interesting question. We can take a second test vote. All right, can we put the second test vote up here? All right, during Paul Revere's famous ride to Concord where he shouted the British are coming, was he paid to make that ride? All right, can we open the voting, green light? And the voting is open, please vote. And again, when you press your button, the number shows on the screen, and the OK shows your vote is counted. The moderator, what do you think, 30 seconds typically? 20 seconds, okay? So the moderator will have a countdown for 20 seconds.
Plenty of time, 5-second warning.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's close the voting, and let's display the answers. No, the answer is yes. Not only did he do it, and I have a copy of the original document, but he overcharged the state, and they wouldn't pay him the amount that he asked for. True story. True story. I could tell you lots of things, but he was a scoundrel.
I had told the clerk to leave the comedy to me, but apparently he didn't get all the instructions for tonight. Nice job, Jim. Thank you very much. Tonight, and probably only tonight, I will call sort of randomly for the use of the clickers for questions that I don't think are going to be close. I think it'll be good to get us used to using them, so we might have a few articles where we just use them just to say we did and get sort of a little practice in. Okay, on we go here. Traditionally, in New England, town meetings serve as the legislative branch of town government. As town meeting, you all decide whether to appropriate money to run the town and to consider whether to create, revise, or remove local town statutes known as bylaws. Our town operates with an open town meeting, meaning that every registered voter in town can attend and vote on all matters before us tonight. A warrant is issued in advance of town meeting for voters to be forewarned about the time, place, and substance of the matters to be considered. The warrant before us tonight is a light blue document. Beginning on page 9, it lists a total of 37 articles to be considered. For those of you familiar with the consent process, you'll soon see that it's much less than 37 that we're going to get into at length. The proceedings of town meeting are governed by the rules and practices contained in the latest edition of Town Meeting Time and Chapter 41 of our Town Code. In keeping with our longtime town practice, our proceedings tonight continue until either the scheduled end of our session, which is 11 p.m., or when the article under consideration at 11 p.m. is complete, or a quorum is called and fails, or a motion for adjournment is passed. Another of our longtime town practices in our hall has been to allow certain non-voters into the hall. These people do not participate unless approved by us, and they do not vote under any circumstance, but typically they are non-resident town employees, members of the press, students from government classes, and the like. All non-voters in the hall today can be identified by their black and white checkered wristband. You all received a bright pink wristband when you came in. They have black and white checkered wristbands, kind of like the end of a NASCAR race. In the past, I have read the entire list of names, but last year you agreed that I could dispense with that and instead offer the list to anyone who wants to review it. Mr. Hegarty has a list, and I'll move on with my remarks, but give anybody who wants a chance to look at the list to come down and look at it. Please note that our proceedings today are being live streamed and recorded by our vendor, iMedia. They do a great job. Our bylaw requires me to define the bounds of the hall. Tonight, our hall is split into two portions. The first portion is here in the auditorium, and it's all of the seats in the auditorium, the aisles between the seats, everything in front of the louvered back wall. So the sort of lobby area of this auditorium is not part of the hall. The second portion of our hall tonight is the seats in the cafeteria that we have set up for overflow or for those who may have young children with them to supervise. All voters must be within those bounds to vote. If you leave the hall for any reason, you must return to cast any vote. Tonight, I have identified Southborough resident Tom Trong to act as my deputy moderator in the cafeteria. Do I have the consent of the hall to swear him in and have him moderate there? Show of hands. And I'm seeing the cafeteria. Thank you. Now, a few notes about our parliamentary process tonight. As we proceed through each article in the warrant, a motion and other pertinent information about the article will be posted on the projection screen here on the center stage. As is customary, your town clerk, Jim Hegarty, your town council, Jay Tallerman, behind me, and myself are up here on the stage while your select board, chaired by Kathy Cook, and your advisory committee, chaired by Andrew Pfaff, are all sitting on the floor down in the front. Like you, all of those folks, with the exception of Mr. Tallerman, are registered town voters, but it is good to be reminded that today's gathering is our town government. In other words, today, all of you are not spectators watching others do government. You are government. And so the primary and most important function of this town meeting does not occur up front or on the stage. It occurs out there among all of us with our questions, debates, and votes. Any registered voter who has checked in today can go to any one of the microphones on the floor, state their name and address, and then speak to the current motion or ask a question. Any voter who happens to be a town official and wishes to join the debate will likewise wait in the queue at a microphone. All questions should be directed through me. No one may speak unless recognized at a microphone by me. This includes calls to move the question. The only exception is to rise to a question of privilege or a point of order. If you wish to raise a point of order, you must still rise and be recognized. Note that proper points of order are actually very limited. Page 8 of the warrant has a little bit more about that if you're interested. In general, we will hear from everyone wishing to speak to a motion, pro or con or otherwise, until I determine that things are getting repetitive or belabored, at which time I may suggest that we go to a vote. Regarding motions and debate, we will continue with the timing requirements for speakers that we adopted at annual town meeting last year. Article sponsors will have up to 5 minutes to make and support their motion, and each subsequent speaker will have up to 3 minutes to make their follow-up point. I would note again that these time frames are longer than they might seem at first, and there's no requirement to use it all. That all being said, there is one article for which I may expand those requirements, and I will explain about that when we get to it. Before each vote today, I will remind you of the quantum of vote necessary for passage, for example, a simple majority or 2/3, and then call for the vote. If I can clearly determine the prevailing vote from here, I will announce it. If I deem a vote too close to call, or if I do call it, but at least 7 of you rise to question my call, then I will authorize an electronic vote. At this point, we are just about ready to get started, and so it is time for me to remind all of us about our conduct and our decorum tonight. Remembering what I said a few moments ago about the fact that today you are not watching government, you are government. You're here to conduct our town's business thoughtfully and efficiently. It's an awesome responsibility. It demands dignified decorum. Indeed, our town meeting bylaw explicitly requires speakers to confine their comments to the article under consideration, as well as refrain from mentioning by name any other person present. In short, we debate as ladies and gentlemen. We work through facts and opinions based on those facts, and we don't make it personal. We honor each other, and we honor our town. With that, I have examined the call of this town meeting, the receipt of the officer's return of service for the posting, and the return of the mailing. Nominally, as moderator, I must read the entire warrant, either at the beginning of the meeting or read each article in its entirety prior to the motion introducing it, unless a motion is made to dispense with that. Therefore, do I have the consent of the hall to waive the reading of the separate articles of the warrant? Please show of hands. And the cafeteria. Okay. Thank you very much. To start our warrant review today, we conduct what is called the consent part of the town meeting. Hopefully most of you were able to pick up and read my yellow-colored handout on your way in today. It is a single sheet front and back with the title Consent List for Enactment under Bylaw Section 41-6 Charlie. If you were not able to pick it up, don't worry, I'll explain it. Under our bylaw, I, as moderator, may propose to you a list of articles to be considered as a single block so that several articles that are considered routine can be voted and disposed of at one time. It is important to note that I only propose the list. You, as the hall, must approve it. Therefore, before asking for the summary vote, I will go through the list one by one and ask if any voter wishes to hold any of the articles on the proposed consent list. If there is any hold, then that article is simply removed from the group and taken up with the rest of the articles on the warrant in the usual course. Before I read the list of articles, are there any questions about that process at this point? On the back side of the handout is the list of the specific articles that I am proposing to group together today. Again, after we go through the list, it will be voted on as a single package. A couple of final important points. The bylaw that allows for this list implies consent of the hall to take these articles out of order because they're obviously not in numerical order. If anyone doubts whether a particular article should be on this list, just hold it, no big deal, and we'll take it up when we get to it in the warrant. At this point, I'm going to go through and read the list. Article 1, acceptance of pilot payments. By the way, just shout out hold if you want to hold something. Article 2, short-term borrowing. Article 3, services contracts. Article 8, OPEB funding. 16, capital lease payments. 17, budget for consultants. 18, insurance deductibles. 19, retiree payments. 20, appraisal services. 21, town maintenance fund. 22, Rec Maintenance Fund. 23, Revolving Funds. 24, CPA Administrative. 25, CPA FY25 Adjustment. 31, Assessor's Services Contract. 32, Assessor Stipend. 33, Senior Tax Write-Off Proxy. Hold on 33. We'll take that off the list. The vote we're about to cast will not include 33. 34, OPEB Confirmation. 35, Treasurer Stipend. Hold on 3, Services Contracts? All right. Hold on 1. All right, at this point, I have a hold on 1, 3, and 33. So the remaining articles on this list are now up for a vote, on the passage of which requires the consent by the majority. All in favor, please raise your hands. And I see the cafeteria. All opposed? Motion carries. So now we will move to Article 1. Who's got that, Mr. Purple?
I do.
Go ahead, Sam.
I move Article 1 is printed in the warrant.
Is there a second?
Second?
All right, go ahead, Sam.
This is standard article for acceptance of money from contributions. So we vote this every year. Happy to answer any questions about this.
Can everybody hear Mr. Stivers?
Sorry. This
I
is
had
a
a
standard article every year for contributions from a variety of sources. I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
All right. Mr. Stivers says standard article for contributions every year. He's happy to answer any questions. I assume whoever held this is at a mic. Yes, sir.
Lou Palicki, 70 Marlborough Road. Just respectfully request what payments we are receiving from the nonprofits and what the progress has been on negotiating pilot agreements with these same nonprofits.
Yes, we have a pilot committee. Ms. Cook has been working with that, so I defer to her to update progress there.
So I'm actually speaking more as the select board rep to the private schools than a member of the pilot committee. So the main donations that we get from the not-for-profit entities that are not required to make real estate tax payments here because of their charitable status or the 501c3 status are New England Children's Center, St. Mark's School, Fay School, and Harvard. There's some small ones besides that, but that's the big 4. So this year, we have again increased the donations from those by overtly asking for more money. Harvard doubled theirs, so they're doing 50 right now. St. Mark's is up to 100. New England Children's Center is 105, and Fay School did 30. So those are your 4 big ones, and every year it goes up a little bit. Not as much as we like, but it has been increasing.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comment or question about Article 1? Jim, no big deal, but I'm going to ask you to turn this down or have somebody turn this one down. All right. Article 1 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see, okay, that motion carries unanimously. Article 3. Ms. Cook.
So this is, again, another standard article where we allow, the state requires contracts to be 3 years or less as a general rule. There are situations where you want contracts to be more than 3 years if they're favorable. So we're giving the town the flexibility to execute a contract in excess of 3 years if there is a reason to do so.
Ms. Cook, thank you for that. Could you make the motion to put the article on the floor?
So I make a motion to move the article as printed.
Does it receive a second? All right, you heard her explanation. Who held Article 3? Yes, sir.
I did, Jim Waddell, Just really had a question around the factor being time rather than money. And so, I want, most of the time when I see something like this, there is a qualification for how much money it is, not necessarily how much time it extends to. So I wanted to see if that was a potential amendment to that. If it's something is 3 years, it can be millions of dollars, right? And if it's 7 years, it can be $10,000. That's my point.
So, Chapter 30B, Section 12B is what the article is designed to modify. I'm assuming, I'm going to ask town council in a second, I'm giving him a little runway to answer this question. I'm going to assume that statute is a time statute and not a money statute, but let's find out.
Okay, thank you.
He said it is. Okay. Any other comment or it's a good point, but the statute doesn't speak to it, Mr. Waddell. Thank you. All right. This also requires a majority vote. All those in favor? And all those opposed? Okay. Motion carries. I see the cafeteria. Let's now move to Article 4.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 4 is printed in the warrant.
Mr. Malinowski, thank you. Does it receive a second? All right, it does. Mr. Malinowski.
This article contains a series of changes proposed by the Personnel Board based on our review of the SAP article.
All right, comment or question about Article 4? Yes.
It's me.
Oh. It's second. Clerk's not looking. Any other comment or question about Article 4? It's going to get tiring after 3 hours. Okay, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And all those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. No? Sorry. I got you. Motion carries. Article 5.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Dennington.
I move that pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 150E, Section 7, as amended, the town vote to approve the economic terms of the collective bargaining agreement between the town and SCME Council 93 and to raise and appropriate $29,832 for the purpose of funding the collective bargaining agreement. And further, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 150E, Section 7, as amended, the town vote to approve the economic terms of the collective bargaining agreement between the town and Local 167 Massachusetts Coalition of Police, and to raise and appropriate $295,545 for the purpose of funding the collective bargaining agreement. And further, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 150E, Section 7, as amended, the town vote to approve the economic terms of the collective bargaining agreement between the town and Southborough Permanent Firefighters Union Local 3129 IAFF, and to raise and appropriate $75,727 for the purpose of funding the collective bargaining agreement. And further, pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 150E, Section 7, as amended, the town vote to approve the economic terms of the collective bargaining agreement between the town and Local 445 Massachusetts Coalition of Police, and to raise and appropriate $82,028 for the purpose of funding the collective bargaining agreement.
Is there a second? Second. All right, receives a second. Mr. Dennington.
So this article funds the costs associated with the first year of the new collective bargaining agreements recently negotiated between the town and 4 of its unions, police, fire, dispatch, and DPW. And the amounts are as follows. The 29 and change is for DPW. The 295 and change is for police. The 75 and change is for fire. And the 82 and change is for dispatch. And the two most notable for tonight's purposes are the police and dispatch. First, with the police, we observed beginning last year that we had a significant problem with experienced officers in the town leaving our department for higher pay in surrounding communities. And we lost 12 officers in the last 18 months, and we don't want to become a transitory department, and we felt we had a pay gap between what our pay was and what the market rate was. So to confront that problem, the new police collective bargaining agreement has a market adjustment of 7% starting on July 1st, 2025. So that results in the CBA being very front-loaded, the economic impact of it. A lot of it is felt in this fiscal year. The good news is that after this collective bargaining agreement had been finalized, the department started to see an uptick in the number and quality of applicants for vacant positions. The notable point about the dispatch agreement is, as many of you know, we are transitioning to a regional dispatch function, likely in FY27, and the collective bargaining agreement for dispatch has retention bonuses for union members to stay with the town through our transition to that. And the fire and the DPW CBAs don't have those type of front-loaded features to them. They consist mainly of cost of living adjustments and other tweaks to the language of the CBAs. So we ask for the Hall's support for Article 5.
Okay, thank you. Any comment or question on Article 5? Ma'am, are you coming to a mic? Yes. Okay. Go right ahead.
Beth Bello, 10 Birchwood Drive. I'm just confused by the blanks in the motion on the screen partly, and I feel like it would be of service in the future to town meeting voters. I just want to point out that this is something that could have been, was this a handout on the table that I missed? Because it's not in the warrant, and it's the kind of thing that when people are coming in and they're reviewing what they're going to be voting for, I think would be helpful, just to keep in mind. So, but if you could just repeat the figures for the two that are missing, because they're not on the screen.
So I don't know why there's a blank up there. Oh, okay. I don't know if that can be corrected, but.
Can we change the color on that font, please?
So the So Beth, to your point, the reason why the printed warrant doesn't have the numbers is because at least one of these 4 collective bargaining agreements wasn't ratified until after the time that the warrant was printed. And I think that the last time that this happened 3 years ago, I think similarly, the warrant was in the same form, and then the motion presented the numbers.
Any other comment or question on Article 5? No. Okay. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. Motion carries. Article 6, Mr. Hamilton.
I move Article 6 as printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? Hold on, please. Okay, we're okay. Did it receive a second? Second. All right, Mr. Hamilton.
I believe, sir, at this point, we will be walking through the individual items and asking for holds.
Yes, so this is our annual town budget for FY '26, is that right? '26. Yes. And similar to the consent list process, we go through this budget line by line by line. With the consent of the hall, we ask for individual holds on individual lines. If that's good, by the way, that's perfect for me, if we don't need it at all. Appreciate it. We go through the holds of each individual lines separately. Prior to going through each of the holds, we'll vote the unheld items as a package. Any questions or concerns or about that process? Okay. I'll read each line. Shout out, hold, nice and clear if you want to, and we will come back to it. Article 114, moderator. Article 121, elected select board. 122, select board. 131, advisory committee. 132, reserve fund. 135, town accountant. 136, audit. 140, elected board of assessors. 141, assessors. 145, treasurer collector. 151, legal. 152, personnel board. 154, municipal technology committee. 154 is held. 155, information technology. 159, other operations support. 160, elected town clerk. 161, town clerk. 171, Conservation Commission. 175, Planning Board. 175 is held. 176, Zoning Board of Appeals. 177, Open Space. 182, Economic Development Committee. 182. 192, Public Buildings and Properties Maintenance. 193, Public Accessibility Committee. 210, Police Department. Pardon? 218, Public Safety Communication. 220, Fire Department. 241, Building Department. 291, Emergency Management. 292, Animal Control Officer and Animal Inspector. 400 to 499, Department of Public Works. 510, Elected Board of Health. 512, Board of Health. 541, Senior Center. 542, Youth Commission. 543, Veteran Services. 610, Library. 630, Recreation Commission. 691, Historical Commission. I'm sorry. Brian, are those out of order? I see 691 and 671. Are those correct or are they out of order? All right, 671, Cultural Arts. 700 to 799, Principal and Debt Interest. 910, Employee Benefits. 945, Liability Insurance. Hold 910. 300, Electric School Committee. 301, Southborough Schools. 302, Algonquin Regional High School. 304, Azabet Valley Regional Tech High School. 305, Norfolk, well, let me just point out on 304, there is a typo as well. Under the FY 2026 request, the numbers 31333 and 476682 are transposed. Okay? So our assessment is 476. The renovation project is 31,000. Brian, I assume we'll clean that up in the last motion. 305 Norfolk County Agricultural High School. Okay. I have 5 holds as follows: 154, 175, 182, 210, and 910. Does anybody have anything I might have missed along the way? 220. Who's saying that? Yeah. All right, I have 6 total holds: 154, 175, 182, 210, 220, and 910. You can't just shout at me. I'm not that great this way. What's the point?
I heard a 9:45 hold, but I heard that.
I didn't. Did anyone else hear that? Do you want to hold it? Okay. All right. So all line items except for those 6 holds are subject to the majority, a majority approval, and we take them up in one fell swoop right now. Unless there is a comment or question on anything about the hold procedure, we move to a vote. All those in favor of the non-held budget lines, please raise your hands. All right, I see the cafeteria. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. All right. I'm sorry. Thank you. Motion carries. All right, now we go back to the held items, and we start with item 154, Municipal Technology Committee. Who held 154? All right, please come to a microphone. Name and address, please.
Will Warren, 6 Sunrise Drive.
Okay, go ahead.
These clickers represent a very major technology change in the way that we vote in this town. And I was wondering if the Municipal Technology Committee had gotten involved at all in looking at them, testing them, making sure that the procedures are correct. I went through the minutes of the Technology Committee for the last year, since April of last year. There aren't any minutes in this year, but I looked at those. I also looked at the agendas for all the meetings for the last year. I didn't see any mention of these clickers. And I just want to point out, I mean, you know, we're taking it on faith that they work. I mean, we can't test them as they're handed to us. We really don't know if they're working, to tell you the truth. So I would like to understand why the Technology Committee, if it's looking at the town's technology, didn't get involved in doing some type of certification on these things. This is going to become a much larger point in our next meeting on May 10th.
Oh, yes, go ahead. You want to address that?
Yes, Matthew Probst, 31 Woodland Road, Chair of the Municipal Technology Committee. We did indeed actually look at this. I sat down with Mr. Hegarty, looked at the technology. I reviewed, read the manuals, looked into which Wi-Fi signals are being used in here, which channels are available, verified that many other towns are using these clickers, verified the security certifications that these are used for. So yes, we have looked at these. These things are secure, and Municipal Technology Committee is in favor of it. And I may have missed it from our minutes, but we can certainly add it. Thank you.
Well, one thing about the minutes is that they don't record the names of anyone who attends the meeting. So if there's a vote, and the only votes that I saw in the minutes, except for one, were motions to approve the minutes and to adjourn the meeting. And since the names of the people attending are not recorded, that really doesn't mean that much. But what I would say is that, we have to basically take it on faith that these things work. For instance, one cross-check would be, how many have been handed out tonight, And obviously, if we see a vote total that's greater than that, we know something's going wrong. And if we see a vote total that's much less than that, then we also know that something's going wrong. So what is that number?
Your question is how many have been handed out?
Yeah.
I mean, handed out does not mean somebody pushes a button. So I guess if it's more than that number, you've got a problem. If it's less, you don't.
Right, and if the number is much less than that number, then I would say that either people are not using them correctly, which is something that we should know, or, they're not registering, so we wouldn't know that.
Okay, I think the question, how many were handed out tonight, is a fair question. Do we know, Mr. Hegarty? Yeah.
I can't tell any Paul Revere stories, but I want to dispel the notion that there's a Cracker-Jack box out there and you take as many as you like when you go by. Each one of you was checked in, you were given a slip of paper, and that was brought over to a table where two different people took that one slip of paper, wrote the clicker number on the back of it, and then two different people observed you giving one clicker. That's it. There are 4 people sitting at that table out there. So I'm not a conspiracy guy, but we need to have the 4 people out there running through some kind of conspiracy to have more voters than that.
I didn't impugn anyone.
Hey, sir, do not interrupt the speaker in here, please. You've had your chance so far.
So you have 4 people, your neighbors, your residents out there, double checking all this. All the clickers are in a box under the table with them. Every clicker was checked. Every clicker was tested with voltage yesterday, twice. The president of the company is here right now. By the way, these are also used by the House of Representatives in DC, so it's not 3 guys in a pickup truck kind of a deal. So, I'd have to go out and see how many voters checked in. I can go out and count them, count noses on them, but
We'll keep going.
yeah, you're chasing. I don't know what you're chasing.
I'm asking a reasonable question.
All right, we'll find out how many. We'll find out how many. Thank you very much.
Just to point out, we tried to use these twice before last fall, and they did not work. And my understanding is they're going to be handed out for the very big meeting in May 10th, and I think, it's important that we're very confident in them.
I would agree with that, and for my part, I don't have any doubt about it. You obviously do. We'll have to leave it at that. Mr. Butler.
Since this has come, can you just clarify which of the previously existing rights to recounts remain in place? In other words, previously, it was possible for citizens who were concerned about a vote to call for a count, and also it was possible to call for secret ballot. I'm assuming that some of those rights to call for other forms of counting remain available. And so if someone is concerned about the clickers, those options still exist. Can you clarify that?
If there is, look, the clickers are designed to assist in close votes. If we have the opposite concern where a vote is very close on the clickers, so we'd like to count it manually, that could certainly be proposed at the time. That decision would ultimately lie with me, Mr. Butler. Mr. Caleri first.
Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. I've come to town meeting more than many of people have been alive. We've had times when the votes were recounted a second time because there were mistakes in the counting when we used to do the hands-up ballots and those type of things. No matter what you do, there's not a perfect world to this. I suppose if you question the vote when it's counted by the electronic clicker, and I have no opposition to this thing at all. And if you question the integrity of it, then I suppose you could request the moderator to do a hand raise and then have the people come out and count. There's no perfect way to guarantee that everything works 100% perfect all the time. But I would say 99.999% of the time that I've come to town meeting, at the end of the day, we got the vote right no matter what we used. And I think we're wasting a lot of time discussing on this. If somebody proposed a warrant article for next year's town meeting to eliminate these things, if you're concerned about it, that you could do. That would bring it to an end, if we voted to do that. But right now, I think that this has been a good system for the most part. And I also can say to you, there's no guarantee, no matter what we do, that we can't make a mistake too. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I founded a specialized wireless company that uses technology very similar to what's found in the clickers. And very early on, Mr. Hagerty actually asked me what I thought, and I gave him my 2 cents, as people know I like to do. And I'm quite confident that he has done very thorough due diligence on this and that we can rely on this technology.
Thank you. Any other comment or question on budget 175? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hi, Debbie Keefe, 180 Parkerville Road. I think the question was, how many clickers have been distributed? And there was no answer.
Oh, no, I said we're getting the answer, and we are.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Karen Cannell. I live on 15 Main Street. And at some point, there was a questionnaire. Why don't people go to town meeting? This is why. This is why.
Okay.
No, please allow me to finish.
Oh, absolutely. Please stand up, name and address, and what's your point of order? No, please stand up. Again, I apologize. Go right ahead. Name and address, please. Okay, I appreciate that. Go ahead, finish your point, ma'am.
So this may be out of order, so take it with the spirit that I'm giving it. I don't come to town meeting often because an example is how you spoke over someone. You started the meeting by saying that we are the body of government. So one of our townspeople asked a question, and it immediately jumped to conspiracy theories. He just simply, from my opinion, he asked a question that I think we should know, and I'd like to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're getting the answer to that question. I'll let the clerk speak for himself. No, I'm going to wait for Jim.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford.
Yes?
The motion on is to approve the budget. I would prefer that we move through the budget and get report back from the town clerk.
That's not a point of order.
And proceed with, the motion on the floor was to approve the budget. My point of order is, can we proceed with the motion on the floor?
Yeah. Okay, we can go out of order on the holds. So we'll move on. We'll hold, we'll suspend on 175, and we'll move on to 182.
No, we're on 154.
Sorry, you're right. We'll suspend on 154. Sir, are you speaking to 154?
Yes, it pertains to the clickers, just one.
Go ahead.
Adam Faniff, 150 Parkerville Road. Total faith in the system that's been put in place. My only question would be, like many of us did last year, and we'll probably do tonight, when we leave early, How do we know these are disabled?
That's a good question for the clerk as well.
That is the only question I have. Thank you.
It's a good question. We'll get both questions answered before we vote on this held item. Okay. Sorry. 175, Planning Board. Who held 175? All right. Please come to a mic.
Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. This is a lot less controversial. The reason that I held this is there is, one of the budget items is $2,600 for the MAPC Regional Planning Association membership. This is an annual membership. Just so that everybody knows, I brought this question up to Mimi Luttrell, the chair of the planning board, and she did get back to me with an explanation, which I certainly appreciated and acknowledged. Here's the situation. For those who don't know what a regional planning association is, and the benefit to Southborough is they advocate for you, particularly now with a lot of the grant money that is available, and their duty is to help you as a town be able to access as much potential grant money as you can get. We have multiple projects that are out there that can benefit from grant money. We have paid every year $2,600 to the MAPC Planning Association, which serves, Southborough is the furthest west town in the association, just from a geographical standpoint. Here's my point. Mimi Luttrell told me that they were very, very helpful when the whole thing of the MBTA communities came up with assistance that they provided, with the mapping and everything to get us in compliance with sending in an MBTA responsible response. Okay, subsequent to that, we were denied a technical assistance program grant, which would have helped us with a Route 9 corridor study to go along with several of the other studies that are going along, and also the wastewater committee study that's in progress.
All right, I got to give you about 30 more seconds, please, to wrap up.
Well, here's the point. The response that came back from MAPC was that the reason we were denied the money was this project concept did not score highly against the program projects that advanced regional priorities in Metro Common 2050. We are open to continuing exploring TAP funding if the town is open to, so to speak, abiding by our restrictions. The point is, MAPC is the wrong regional planning association for Southborough to be in. CMRPC, which is Central Mass Regional Planning Association, is much more aligned with our values. My suggestion would be to take $2,600, which is the amount that we have paid for the last 6 years as far as I've gone back, and not fund it this year, and look into switching over to CMRPC, which
All right.
which would serve us better.
All right, thank you. Behind you.
Debbie Demuria, Flag Road. I just want to let the hall know that I'm a planning board member and I'm also the representative on the Massachusetts on the MAPC. So they do a lot more than just grants. So they're available to planning boards and municipalities in the region, and they provide assistance. They provide access to legal, policy, legislators. They guide basically the region with a set of priorities that planning boards can emulate. They can have access to all kinds of tools. I think it's really just very short-sighted just to look at one little area and say that we didn't get a grant, because it really provides so much more. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comment or question on Budget 175? We have a suggestion to delete, I forgot the exact amount,
It's only $2,600.
to delete $2,600 from Budget 175. Does that have a second? Second. All right, it has a second. Any other debate or comment question on that specific motion? All right. It's a majority.
Thank you. Ellen Maria, 1 Wetherby Lane. I'm member of the Affordable Housing Trust. And I'll say that the trust is currently working with MAPC for potential support on the town's housing production plan. So I think it's reasonable to explore if MAPC is the right partner agency going forward, but I think this isn't the time to make that decision and cut the funding when there are partnerships with them currently in progress. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question? All right, this vote is to delete 2,600 and change. What else can you possibly say, Claire?
No, I was going to say, I did not realize that they were working with affordable housing.
Okay.
So if there's a situation where it would mess things up, then it's not a big deal. As I said, it was only $2,600, but it gets people thinking.
All right,
That's it.
and you're withdrawing the motion.
There you go.
All right.
Okay.
All right. The motion to pass, come on up, Jim. The motion to pass Budget 175 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. What's the point of order? Please stand up, name it. Stand up, name and address, please. She withdrew it. Yeah, I'm going to allow the withdrawal. Jim, we went on to the next budget line. So we have questions for how many voters checked in today. Yes. And when we leave, this came up while you were gone, when we leave, how do we know they're deactivated? If someone leaves early, go ahead, please.
These numbers are accurate as of 7:41 p.m. A net of 324 voters had checked in. 335 clickers were issued. However, that's a difference of 7. And the difference of 7 is this. 1 was broken, so another replacement was issued, and 6 were returned. They were initially issued blue, like this, and then they wanted orange ones so they could go in the other room. So those total of 7. The broken one and the 6 that were issued have been returned. So the total net clickers that have been issued and they're out there are 324, which exactly matches the voters that are checked in. Now, secondly, any returned or broken clickers are stored separately in a bin that's controlled by both the warden and the deputy warden. That's it.
All right, we're back to 154 with that explanation. Any other comment or question on 154? All right, all those in favor of passing budget line 154, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. Motion carries. Budget 182, Economic Development Committee. Who held that, please?
I did.
Go right ahead, please.
Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon Road. I move that we amend the personal services line from 65,391 to 37,391. The reason being, we had a fabulous economic development coordinator, and at special town meeting on September 30th and October 1st, this body approved roughly $28,000 to bring our EDC coordinator from 19 hours to 40 to start on January 1st, 2025. On December 30th, 2024, our EDC coordinator was notified that her hours were not going to full-time on 1/1, and she subsequently resigned. I've asked a majority of the select board how this happened. Nobody knows. I'm wondering how this body can be defied when we voted to allocate those funds and they weren't utilized for the purpose that we voted for. So that figure 37,391 is the 65 less the 28,000 that we allocated at special town meeting.
So Mimi, to your point,
Mr. Dennington, name and address, please.
Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace, from the Select Board. Leah Emerson is still serving this position just on a contract basis rather than as an employee. So the reason for the increase in the printed warrant is simply that for FY '25, town meeting approved making this, changing it from a part-time position to a full-time position in the middle of the fiscal year. And FY '26 just reflects the same level of funding for the full-time position for the whole year.
All right, thank you. Any comment or question on this budget line? Yes, ma'am.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford. Curious, how long has she contracted for?
Mr. Dennington?
Through June 30, the end of this fiscal year.
And the plan after June 30?
We're either going to advertise for a new position or the contract will be extended, but I can't tell you right now.
Thank you.
All right, last word, Mrs. Luttrell.
Mimi Luttrell again. So the question is, why wasn't she made full-time, as she was promised, as this body voted for?
It's my understanding she did not want to be made full-time. There was a question as to whether she could actually serve full-time. I've talked to her directly. She's actually happy with the position she has right now. So I'm not sure why there is an issue with Leah's work right now. She's happy with the contract. We made it the way she wanted it, the rate she wanted it, and the number of hours, and the end date.
Yes,
My question is,
name and address, please.
Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street.
Thank you.
My question is, since an article was approved with a start date of January 1st, 2025, doesn't that, with specified hours, doesn't that need to be honored? And by the way, the full-time position has not been advertised. Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I think we're conflating two different things. This body authorizes the expenditure of money. In almost all circumstances that I'm aware of, this body does not extend offers of employment. That is an executive function that is up to the appropriate executive board, be it the planning board, the school committee, or the select board, or the board of assessors or clerk. And so this body, I don't believe, absent a bylaw, has the authority to say that you must hire somebody as of a particular date. It does have the ultimate and complete authority to say how much money can be allocated for something, and I think it's a fair question to ask whether the funds were expended for the purpose allocated. But the actual decisions on the details of hiring are not within the purview of this body, I believe. I'll let town council opine.
I'm going to have
further.
town council explain the difference between appropriate, raise and appropriate, and actually expend.
Jay Tallerman, Town Council, Select Board Member Hamilton has it pretty correct. This body appropriates money for various positions. Sometimes the way those positions unfold in the hiring process, which is not this body's purview, is doesn't line up exactly with what this body may have perceived or what was may have been discussed with them It's a fluid process, so once money is appropriated, the select board and the town management endeavor to expend the monies in the manner that's in the budget, but it doesn't always work out exactly like that, and there's no guarantees on that, and this body isn't permitted to essentially wade into those employment decisions.
Any other comment or question? Budget 182? Yes, ma'am.
Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. Just as a note, Article 14 from September special town meeting never said in it to hire a position. It just spoke about the money that was appropriated into the EDC budget for 40 hours a week. It was not for it never said anything about hiring.
All right, and based on what council just said, it wouldn't have been proper if it had said that, so, point taken. All right. All those in favor of budget line 182, please.
Sorry, I just want one point of clarification. Julie Connolly, 26 Granule Road. So the Mimi's request to reduce the budget because we're concerned it wasn't used correctly, that would then preclude us from hiring a full-time position in the future, correct?
Do you want to speak to that?
Sure, I'm in support of a full-time position. I think we need it. Do we know how many contract hours are currently being per week, are currently being utilized?
Andrew or Kathy? Oh, it was.
So Julie, we think it's 10 to 12, but we fully intend to hire a full-time person. As you know, the select board was very much in favor of trying to get this to be a full-time position. It'd been a long haul. We need this. We need to expand the commercial tax base in this town, as we all know. So we fully intend to hire a full-time person effective July 1st.
Okay, so we need this full-time budget at the current amount. Okay, thank you.
All right, so the question on the floor is Ms. Luttrell's motion to reduce the EDC budget. That requires a majority vote to approve the reduction. All those in favor of the reduction, please rate. No, it's just an ad hoc budget motion. It's all right. All those in favor of the reduction, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. Motion fails. We're back to the main motion to approve budget 182. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Thank you. That budget carries. FYI, just with a brief pause here to remind folks that the Girl Scouts are selling food, beverages, all kinds of refreshment in the lobby, and they will do that until 8:30. All right, we're at budget line 210. Ms. Faniff.
Mr. Moderator, Mr. Moderator, I put a motion on the floor for budget 210, the police department, to increase the budget.
Ms. Faniff, do you have that motion in writing to the clerk?
I sent it by email, and town administrator was going to bring it to him today.
Okay. Please come forward. While she's doing that, Mr. Hegarty? No.
Folks, if you're going to make a motion, I got to have it in paper. It's not just I'm trying to cut down trees, but it's to ensure that the records that we retain are accurate. Plenty of times, somebody will say something, it doesn't match what's written, and it doesn't match what's shown on you to the screen. So we're doing this to ensure that you get to vote on something that is actually what you intend to vote on. And I can't do my job unless it's in paper. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. While we're doing this, who held 220? Okay. Do you have a motion to make about the budget line 220? All right. Andrew, do you want to speak to 210?
Yes, Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace, Vice Chair of the Select Board. So I'd like to just speak, we're talking about Article 6, right?
Yes.
Okay, the police budget, which has been held. What I'd like to do is just provide a brief explanation of why we settled on the budget that's in the printed warrant.
Yeah, but not till Ms. Faniff's motion is in and we have it on the floor.
Okay, my idea was, I thought was that while this process is.
I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you anyway. We will you'll have your chance. 220. Please go to a mic. We're holding on 210 for now. We're going to talk about 220. Go ahead, sir.
Tim Fling, 18 Main Street. 220 is an 11.51% increase. I was just going to ask for an explanation of what this exactly covers. I know that there's a lieutenant chief in there, I believe, but I don't know what else exactly is projected under this number.
Who could speak to the increase in the fire budget? Mr. Dennington, go ahead, please.
So I'm going to do that one, Paul. I was the
Ms. Cook.
liaison to the fire department, as was Larry. So Larry, feel free to help here. So it's basically two things. We have long had the request to add a deputy fire chief to our personnel in the fire department. This budget does that. That is the main increase that, our main cause of the increase. Second, our new chief, Puntini, this is his first budget. He took a look at the overtime budget that's required because of the way the fire department works and needed to add more money to that to make sure that he maintained the shift that we need to maintain in this town to provide the services we need to. It's 5, right, that we want? Okay, so he needs to have 5. Right now, he can't maintain 5 because there's not enough overtime in the budget to do so. So it's those two things. He's also here tonight and can speak to this if anybody wants to hear directly from him.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on budget 220? All right. All those in favor of passage of line 220, please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. The gentleman in the cafeteria, the vest and the red tie, you're not at the mic, correct? You're just, yes, you're looking down at your tie. Are you at the mic? No. Okay. All right, budget, let's just go to budget 910 and come back to 210. So 910, employee benefits, who held that? Please come to a mic.
I'm at the mic. Mr. Moderator.
Let's just go to 910, please. Let's go to 910. I already announced it.
I am at 910.
Oh, okay.
I held both, thank you.
Okay, go right ahead on
All
910.
right, Mr. Moderator, I move that budget.
All right, if you're going to have a motion, you're going to put it in writing?
It's already up there.
All right, let's go back to 210 then, because it's the same for both.
Okay.
Let's put the amended motion for 210 on the floor.
All right, everyone, I apologize for the delay. Motion to increase budget 210, the police department, from $2,839,187 by $27,720 to a new total of $2,866,970. That's for 210.
Is there a second? All right, Ms. Faniff.
Speaking with the Board of Selectmen earlier this evening, this number would allow the police chief to hire 2 new officers on July 1st, which is desperately needed. Now that the contract was ratified this evening, the positions that are open, I'm hopeful they will be filled. We're an attractive community once again, and this will allow for a resource officer and a detective position and other positions that are long overdue.
All right, thank you. Comment or question about Ms. Faniff's motion?
Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Dennington, go right ahead.
Yes. So I just want to first explain why the Select Board and the Advisory Committee, and I'll let them speak to it directly, but why we settled on the police budget that's in the printed warrant. So the printed warrant also increases staffing to allow 3 new full-time officers, and they're staggered start dates. First, the reason why we want to add more officers, as I mentioned earlier, we had a problem with recruitment and retention, and that led to a lot of strain and burnout with the existing police officers. And we had commissioned a public safety staffing study that recommended hiring 6 new officers over time. And after a whole series of meetings with Chief Newell and the Advisory Committee and the Select Board balancing, thinking what was the most fiscally responsible way to do this, this is what we settled on. Mrs. Faniff's motion would allow basically earlier start dates, also adds 3 new police officers, which the Select Board is in favor of. It just marginally increases taxes a little bit, and the reason why we had the staggered start dates that we were is we have right now 4 vacancies at our current staffing levels, with 2 conditional offers currently outstanding, and we had some concern about how quickly the department could interview, vet, and actually onboard people. So, I think Mrs. Faniff's proposal is a reasonable one. We think our one is as well, and I mean, ultimately, I know my personal vote is just going to be to stick with what we've got in the printed warrant. But that hopefully provides some context to the hall about why there's the increase that there is. And Chief Newell, if anyone has any question, and the hall would allow him to speak and provide more context to the overall budget request as well.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question about Ms. Faniff's motion on Budget 210? Yes.
Adam Faniff, 150 Parkerville Road. This is the first I'm hearing of it, believe it or not. That happens to be my mother over there in the corner. Just as a point of clarity, based upon what we just heard from the Select Board, is it my understanding that the current public safety is overburdened and understaffed, yet we're willing to save $27,000 to stagger it over a period of time, as opposed to approving it tonight? Based on the volume of our budget, it seems like an unrealistic thing to not approve Mrs. Faniff's point of order and get this done tonight. If the Select Board has clearly stated that we're understaffed and the team is overburdened, then for $27,000, we should get this done immediately. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Paul, can I respond real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
So we didn't get Ms. Faniff's proposal till, I don't know, yesterday, Bonnie, Sunday. And whether you want, so just to be clear, we picked starting dates of October 1st, January 1st, April 1st, because we did not think Chief Newell would have a chance to get 4 new positions filled that he had current vacant when we looked at this in February, and then add 3 more on July 1st. So we did it trying to be realistic. The $27,000 is 1%. It's no big deal either way. We absolutely support the police department. We want the police department to be able to provide the services to keep us all safe. So I don't think it was going to go the mat over $27,000. She's going to add the benefits to it in a second, too, that go with this. So I'm not sure there's really much point in debating $27,000. It's 1% of their budget. So if that's what you want to do, that's fine. He just means he can probably hire a little bit earlier than he could have if he can find the person. The danger of doing this, if you approve it and he really can't do it, you've overfunded the budget and you've raised taxes you didn't need. So that's what we were trying to prevent. We were trying to be realistic as far as how he could hire people.
Ms. Phaneuf, do I understand correctly that budget 910, your hold on that is to add benefits for the positions that you're advocating under 210?
Yes.
All right, let's put that on the floor also. Let's talk about it all at once.
All right, to increase budget 910 was just the benefits by $9,133 for a new total of $11,303,476.
Does it receive a second? All right, all right.
All right.
So I just thought it would be easier. We got salary, we got benefits. It's all, it's different line items, but same idea. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Semino. As far as this information coming to the Board of Selectmen yesterday, which is accurate, I was asked by a member of the Selectmen if I would support the budget that was being presented at town meeting on Monday of last week. Not being able to look at it, I did take a look at it, and knowing what I know that's happening in this town, and we don't need to go into great detail, I think it's important that we have a school resource officer. It's important that the police department, who had a study done, who said 3 years ago basically what the study has come back saying, has the opportunity, now that a contract has been signed, that's more competitive with our neighbors. I'm sure Chief Newell can fill these positions.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question on budget line 210 or 910? All right, increasing these budgets requires a majority vote. I'm going to first take the vote on 210. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Amounts to the same thing, Brian. We're voting to raise the budget by the moved amount. It's a fair question. I saw the hands all opposed to 210. All right, motion carries. All those in favor? What's the question?
Clickers.
Oops, Paul.
All right, perfect timing. We're gonna.
Paul.
On 210, Brian?
So I think everybody in the hall supports the police department, wants a police department for next year. The question is, how much are we going to pay for the police department? So I think that we need to answer vote on the amended budget amount first, and then vote on the budget. See, if I vote against, and I'm not saying I will, if I vote against the amended amount, you're saying I'm voting against the police budget, which I don't want to do.
No.
No, if Ms. Phaneuf's motion is defeated, we would take up the original budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
For clarity, would you speak to the hall that they're voting to increase that budget by, as printed in the warrant, by $27,720?
Yeah. The motion is to add 27,000, 700 and whatever to the police budget. We're going to use our clickers for this. This is for line item 210, and it is to raise line item 210 by $27,000. All right? If this motion carries, there's no need to vote line 210 separately, right? Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. All right. Jim, are you ready? All right, when we open the vote, you'll have 20 seconds. Please go ahead. 5 seconds. All right, let's lock it down. Yeah. Does somebody have a, if whoever said it doesn't say okay, do you have a number in your window? And do you have okay in the upper corner? Okay. No, it's red, it's locked. Yeah. All right, let's get coordinated on the light when we close. All right. So the increase in the police budget does not carry. Now it is incumbent on us to vote to confirm or not budget 210 as printed in the warrant without the increase. That's also a majority vote. Can we reset on the clickers, please? Let me know when we're ready. Okay. Amy? Yeah. Okay, it's open. Motion on 210 carries. We still need to dispose of line item 910. I think the result on 210 implies what the result is going to be on the motion to increase 910, but we're going to vote on it. So please just get ready on the clickers. Don't open the vote yet. This vote is to accept the benefits line increase that Ms. Phaneuf proposed. I'm going to come right out and suggest to you, based on the result of 210, you should vote no on this, but we'll see what happens. Are we ready? All right, please open it.
Can you clarify what we're voting on, please?
You're voting on Ms. Phaneuf's motion to increase the benefit line 910. 5 seconds. And close it, please. All right. That motion fails, and now finally we are voting line 910 as printed in the warrant without amendment. Let's just get ready. Don't open it yet. Does everybody understand? Was that Mr. Robbins who asked that question? Yes. I know that voice anywhere. All right. Line 10 without amendment. Let's open it, please. Five seconds. And close. Jim, I'm getting questions about okays. Raise your hand if you don't have an okay in your window.
Mr. Moderator, if the clickers don't say okay, are those votes being counted?
Mr. Haggerty is coming down. Yeah.
As long as it says okay, it counts, but mine said okay to start, now it's not saying okay. As long as it says okay, it counts.
Okay, we're going to recommend that the window for the voting is longer. There are only 3 reasons why you're not going to see okay. You didn't press one of those two buttons. You pressed it before the voting was opened, or you pressed it after the voting was open, or voting was closed.
None of those are true.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to suggest something here to the moderator. Let's open a test question, and I'll go over and stand next to somebody that had a problem, and let's verify the clicker works. Okay?
Yeah, it's a good point, but it's not the best check on that. Yeah, I'm at least willing to do this. If someone who didn't get an okay wants to volunteer and have Mr. Hegarty check your device. Yeah. Just a minute.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator?
Yes, yes.
Robert Reeder, 4 Blendon Woods Drive, also in the technology field. My concern is that...
Brian, turn it off.
Two things. My concern is that the device, my wife's wasn't working, I was watching it as if it was still trying to connect and get an answer. My concern is 30 seconds may not be enough to handle this many people on the Wi-Fi. So if you do run a test, it has to be the same 30 seconds when we vote to see if something happens, and then perhaps a test at 60 seconds, we'll see if everybody gets an okay.
Yeah, look, we're going to do this one more time, and if we have any issues, we're going to move on, and we're going to worry about it some other time. I'm not going to take up everybody's time getting this right. So let's see how we do on this one.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
I'm just going to leave this one open as long as Jim needs to take a look. They're all working? Anybody's not working? Jim, hands in the air for not working. Could you check? If you'd like Mr. Haggerty to look at your device, please keep your hand up.
Thank you. It's your fault. It's your fault. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, like there's one on the other side of Main Street.
I'm up next, so I was going to do the summary motion.
Jim, what do we learn? Okay, then we'll just shut it down. All right, let's close this vote, please. Okay. All right. I'm told by the vendor that this is a timing issue, that, as was suggested in the back, 20 seconds and all these clicks coming in at the same time is not compatible. So with that in mind, if we do use these again tonight, we will leave it open for a sufficient amount of time.
Mr. Moderator? Hi, here. Zumul Shah,
Yeah.
86 Middle Road. In the amount of fairness, can we do the recon for 210, the police one?
No. No.
Why, sir?
No, that wasn't nearly as close enough to, one or two votes didn't get recorded. I'm not going to go back to that. People have left, absolutely unfair. Sorry. I understand why you'd ask. Yes.
Jim Waddell, Darlene Drive. I just want to say there's 324 clickers, okay? The vote was 155 to 135. There's only 290. So there are 34 votes that either weren't counted or not registered, okay? And
Or were
that's-
not cast.
That's more, or not cast, right? That's more than the difference between the two. So I would suggest that we do a revote for 210.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're suggesting. I'm not going to do that.
Paul, are you ready for the wrap-up?
Yes. So having passed the budgets in the manner that we did, there is one final wrap-up motion to dispose of Article 6. And Mr. Hamilton has that.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town raise a sum of money not to exceed $65,962,724 as may be necessary for the town's use and to make appropriations of the same. Transfer from the cemetery perpetual care, $25,000. Transfer from free cash, $1,449,793. Transfer from the overlay reserve, $255,198. Transfer from the ambulance fund receipts reserve, $496,625. Transfer from the septic betterment fund, $27,547. Transfer from the 9/11 field fund prior to year debt, $50,000. Transfer from TNC receipts reserve fund, 2313, $9,265. Transfer from the fire and building code fines, $5,500. Transfer from 0100-6-192-011-68096. Corderville Hall painting repairs, $22,000. Transfer from 0100-6-610-000-68076 library building engineer, $155,000. Transfer from 01-006-141-0068080 cyclical inspector assessors, $12. Transfer from 01-006-176-000-68025 planning, $7,329. Transfer from the water enterprise fund, $270,208. That the balance of $63,194,247 be raised and appropriated.
Does that receive a second? All right. Any comment or question on what we typically call the wrap-up motion? Mr. Hamilton, go ahead.
I made a mistake on transfer from 0100-6-610-000-68076 library building engineer, $150,000.
All right, so it's as shown on the front screen. This is correct? Yes. Yeah. Any comment or question? Yes.
Margaret St. Georgie, 3 Meadow Lane. I hate to beat a dead horse, but we did 210 and we did 9 something or other. But did we do the 220 for fire department? Because that was
Yes.
held. Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
No, it's quite all right. Other comment or question on Mr. Hamilton's motion to wrap up Article 6? Seeing none, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. Article 7, Mr. Stivers.
Thank you. I move the town vote to appropriate $2,975,376 for the Water Enterprise Fund for direct costs, that $270,208 to be included in the appropriations from the general fund for indirect costs and be allocated to the Water Enterprise Fund, and that $3,245,584 be raised as follows: from user charges, $2,791,289, from retained earnings, $454,295.
Does it receive a second?
Second.
Mr. Stivers.
This, again, is the funding for the operation of the water system. The bulk of it, as we see here, is from the user charges, and we have retained earnings from prior activities that we can use to offset some of the costs this year. So this is the actual amount required to run the water system. Our DPW superintendent is here if you have questions about the particular details.
Questions or comments about Article 7? Seeing none, all those this is a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, motion carries unanimously. Article 9. Ms. Cook.
8 was consent.
I move the article is printed in the warrant.
To receive a second. Ms. Cook, keep the mic. What is Article 9?
Article 9 is to close out the funding that was previously approved to clean up the Breakneck Hill land that the town owns. We had approved about $4.2, $4.3 million. We did not spend it all. It's still rather expensive. So we're closing out the articles that were approved because the project is done and we don't want to leave the funds hanging out there to be spent for something else. This has nothing to do with the article that's going to come up later to talk about it. So this is just truly to clean up and close out those debt articles that we approved at previous town meetings.
All right, so this article, if I understand you, returns a substantial amount of money to the town, or unencumbers it, I should say. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Comment or question about Article 9? Yes, Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So there's no actual money. Ordinarily, when we speak of cleaning up old things where we didn't need all the money, it was where we raised and appropriated an amount. In this case, we merely authorized monies to be raised from debt source, which were not actually raised. I've never seen us do this before. That is, with respect to authorized debt, that we used less than the total amount. We never actually borrowed, if I understand this correctly. Is this in the name of potentially affecting our bond rating, or why are we doing this?
Ms. Cook?
We have done it before, John. We did it with the public safety building, but remember we had a review from the DOR recently, and this is one of their recommendations, is to always do that. So we're trying to do a better job closing out old articles. You're right, this doesn't affect taxes because it was never raised, but it would still hang out there, and the concern is it get used down the road for something else that wasn't really what this was for intended.
Okay, very neat.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. Carl Geyer, 146 Middle Road. I just point of clarification that the description said that this project is done. Is that correct? Okay, let me just say, it still looks like a bomb went off over there. It's a huge crater. The land has not been restored. There's no restoration work being done so far. Sounds like there's a lot more to be done. I was not going to say anything about this until somebody said it was done. I don't think that's accurate.
Well, I said done. Is anyone from COMCOM here tonight? it's my understanding that it's done as far as the money being spent to do the cleanup.
Okay, I would accept the fact that maybe there's enough money allocated to finish it, but it's not really finished.
Okay, so I'm being told that's correct.
That's correct, okay.
All right.
Here
Yes.
comes
Joyce Greenleaf, 4 North Street. It's my understanding that the contractors will be meeting with the Conservation Commission coming up later this week, and that there's still restoration considerations for what the contractors have to do that will have some kind of price tag associated with it. So I think perhaps this article is ahead of itself.
Ms. Cook?
Concom?
Yes.
So can you let the
Ms. Cook?
Concom rep talk? Because Concom is the one that has led this effort and has said this article should be closed up.
All right, go ahead, Mike A.
Yep. Kevin Farrington, 58 Flag Road, member of the Conservation Commission. We are still reviewing the final remediation plans to go and do the final grading and filling and seeding of the site. So it's definitely not a done project yet. There's still change orders with the contractors being worked out. So there will still be more money expended on that project.
Mr. Farrington, are you suggesting that the borrowing authority that's the subject of being retired right now could be used to fund whatever is left to do that you're talking about?
I believe our agreement with the state is that we need to leave it graded and properly restored. And
I'm talking about source of the funds to do that.
I believe the funds that are that were appropriated were intended to be used for that. I don't believe all of them are, but some of them are.
All right, so your suggestion is retiring this debt is premature? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gillespie?
The Stewardship Committee, and I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of it when my chair spoke, Joyce Greenleaf. I'm Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road, a member of the Stewardship Committee. We have been told all along that some of this funding was available the way the warrant was written to restore the land afterwards. You are going to be left, right now it looks like a pit mine. I mean, it's a real devastation, and they're going to be grading it and doing a cover crop. But we were just at the Conservation Commission meeting, was it a week ago? And we're going back to them on the 10th with a budget for what the restoration cost will be after the company that did the clearing grades it and gets it in a state where it could be restored. And if that future restoration is not done and there's not funds for it, you're going to pay way more money over time to deal with the invasives and all the other problems. More money, more time, more effort, and we were clearly led. We're coming back on the 10th to give them an overview of what type of work will be needed, and we were always assured that the way the warrant was written, it wasn't just for the cleanup, but to restore the land afterwards beyond this bare minimum, which is, I mean,
Ms.
I would have brought
Gillespie.
pictures, sorry.
No, it's all right. Stay there. You say we were always assured. Who made the assurance? Let's have it.
We had conversations with the Conservation Commission, the conservation agent, that the way the warrant was written
Okay.
for the original borrowing included the cleanup, but, and I forget the exact term, somebody could look it up, but the other cost associated with that cleanup was a specific term that would include, we're not talking about building a Taj Mahal here, but just
Understood.
making it usable. And you are going to spend, I can guarantee you, way more money than it will take to do now when it's in good condition to go through this restoral process than if you let it go to invasive plants and all kinds of, runoff and erosion, and it will be a long-term, expensive project down the road. Or
All
you
right.
can just let it go to what was not valuable, invasive land that
Okay.
was there before.
Thank you. Mr. Butler?
Can I clarify, Paul?
You want to
I think this will-
respond to Ms. Gillespie?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we've been talking to our finance team over to my left, and there is $275,000 left to finish the work that was given to us by Melissa Danza. Melissa's not here tonight. She's on maternity leave, so we can't ask her exactly what. So we can indefinitely postpone this. We don't have to close this out tonight, but there is money set aside to finish what needs to be done to restore the property to what we think it should be before the cleanup. And this number came directly from Melissa Danza.
Mr.
But
Butler.
we can postpone it. It doesn't have to be closed out tonight.
Yeah, John Butler, 4 Davis Road. This is just a housekeeping thing that ought to be done only when we're absolutely certain that everything is complete. And then you can optionally do this housekeeping measure of rescinding what we previously approved. If there's any question, there's no reason to vote to rescind this authority yet. Let's have it completely finished and be sure we get it all done. So in keeping with your recent remarks, I would suggest we vote to indefinitely postpone this at this time. Thank you.
All right. The motion's been made and seconded to indefinitely postpone Article 9. Any comment or question on that motion? All right. All those in favor of Mr. Butler's motion requires a majority vote. Please raise your hands. All opposed? I see the cafeteria. That motion carries. Article 9 is indefinitely postponed. Article 10, capital budget non-borrowing. Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. Mr. Dennington.
So this is the annual article that authorizes non-borrowing spending for capital items, and in the printed warrant, there's an itemized list of the capital items that this relates to.
What page is that on?
24.
All right, keep going.
Yes, so this particular year, over 60% of it is for DPW items. And if there's questions about any particular item, then I'm happy to direct it to the appropriate person.
All right, comment or question on Article 11?
It's 10.
Sorry, Article 10 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Let's do that one again. All opposed? Okay, I thought I saw one on the cafeteria, but I see it here. Motion carries. Article 11, Mr. Hamilton.
Bear with me, this is a long one I've got to read. Mr. Moderator,
What Mr. Hamilton's about to read is required by the state. Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
I move that the town of Southborough raise and appropriate the amount of $100,000 for the purpose of paying the costs of the owner project management services and schematic design services for the pre-Brent Trottier Middle School roof replacement project at 49 Parkerville Road, Southborough, for feasibility and schematic design services, including the payment of all costs incidental or related to the project, which proposes repair project would materially extend the useful life of the school and preserve an asset that is otherwise capable of supporting the required educational program, and for which the town of Southborough has applied for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. Said amount to be expended under the direction of the Southborough's K-8 School Committee. To meet this appropriation, the Select Board is authorized to borrow said amount under MGL Chapter 44 or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The town of Southborough acknowledges that the MSBA's grant program is a non-entitlement discretionary program based on need, as determined by the MSBA, and that if the MSBA's Board of Directors votes to invite the town to collaborate with the MSBA on this proposed repair project, any project costs the town of Southborough incurs in excess of any grant may be approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town of Southborough, and that, if invited to collaborate with the MSBA on the proposed repair project, the amount of borrowing authorized pursuant to this vote shall be reduced by any grant amount set forth in the project funding agreement that may be executed between the town of Southborough and the MSBA.
Receives a second. Mr. Hamilton.
This is authorizing us to begin the planning process, planning and schematic design for the repair of the roof of this building.
Thank you. Question or comment about, yes?
Betsy Rosenblum, 5 Strawberry Hill Road. Part of my ignorance, is it of any legal consequence, Mr. Hamilton, that what you read doesn't match what's in the warrant?
I'll defer to town council on that.
Unless I missed it, he like maybe added an S to a word or here or there. I don't.
No.
What
No,
did he
sir.
not read?
There was a reference to Mass General laws, which I don't see here, and I lost track at about 10
I'm sorry.
deviations.
I've got a printout of the motion in front of me. So,
The
no,
only
the answer is
reference
no.
I made to
The motion is what counts, as long as it's within the four corners of the article. So I apologize for misunderstanding your point.
As a taxpayer, I'm just kind of wondering why we didn't see what got read. There was a significant deviance.
You didn't see what got what?
We didn't see in the warrant what was read. I can't actually read that motion. I have some cataract issues at my advanced age. Why was what was read not in the warrant? What changed?
I don't have an answer for you. I'm just the fast talker.
Yeah,
But,
come on up,
perhaps
Jay.
someone else does.
Yeah, town council will address it.
This is not different than a lot of the motions that you see on the floor of town meeting. The warrant is the agenda for this meeting. The motion often adds additional details, citations, fills in the blanks with some of the dollar amounts. The requirement under Mass law is to post the warrant. There's no requirement under Mass law to post the motions. The motions are here tonight. They're issued tonight. Sometimes there is some advanced notice of it, but that's not required under law. What is required under law is that the motions generally follow the article, the subject matter of it. That's what's required. That's why the motion is not part of the article. The article is what's posted and published and available online and wherever the town issues it, but the motions are discussed here tonight. That's why there's a variance between the two.
Thank you.
Down here first.
Jim Waddell, Darlene Drive. I appreciate the clarity there. I would ask, because I think it's very helpful, to have the greater detail printed out for people to look at ahead of time. There are some towns that print more than just print the whole motions so you can see them. Not a question for tonight, just a request.
It's
going
fine.
forward.
I'm sure the select board and the town administrator will take note of that suggestion. We'll go over here first, then we'll go back there.
Chelsea Malinowski, 7 Lorenzo Drive. I'm the chair of the Southborough K-8 School Committee, and the language in the warrant and the motion that you see on the screen are both provided by the MSBA. So that is their requirement of the warrant language and the motion that needed to be read into the record tonight.
All right, still doesn't answer the question why both aren't available, but like I said, I'm sure they'll take that up. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford. So we know that Massachusetts as a state gets 20% of federal. We have no idea what's going on with the federal, and there's a black mark on Massachusetts. Will the $100,000 actually cover the entire cost, or is it entirely contingent based on whether or not we are voted to be collaborating with MSBA? So the bottom line question is, will the $100,000 cover the schematic design should no grant money come through?
Mr. Hamilton, do you have that?
I believe Ms. Malinowski will be able to answer that.
All right, Ms. Malinowski.
Chelsea Malinowski, 7 Lorenzo Drive, chair of the chair of the Southborough K-8 School Committee. The 100,000 represents the totality of the article that we're asking for in the project tonight. So any reimbursement would reduce the 100,000.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Moderator, John Tomedy, 105 Pine Hill Road. This has been echoed a couple times tonight now. There have been several things placed on the screen in front of this body tonight that differ from the warrant, and I would just encourage the selectmen, the moderator, and the town clerk to kind of get together on these issues. There's a lot of language up there people are trying to read through quickly while we're taking votes, and I personally would really appreciate it if we can have some consistency in what's being posted publicly and then what we're being asked to vote on tonight. Thank you.
Well, as a couple points on that, as town council explained, the warrant is an agenda. The motion is what we discuss and vote on. The suggestion's been made that the motions be available in advance if they are indeed available. There's no need or requirement that they are, but if they are, they should be published. That would be a question for the select board and the town administrator. But duly noted. Over here, again, yeah. Well, I don't have anybody else. Do you have one more thing or no?
No, I'm just here, so I'm not.
Okay. All right, any other comment or question on Article 11? Requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? All right, motion carries. Article 12, Mr. Malinowski.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 12 as printed in the warrant.
Second.
Does it receive a second?
Second.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Malinowski.
This is a request by the Personnel Board to accelerate by 1 year the quadrennial pay and class survey. This is for all town employees that are not covered by contract or collective bargaining to review their current pay against comparable communities.
All right, comment or question about Article 12? Yes.
Hi, Doug Peck, 114 Fisher Road, Southborough. I just want to know why it seems 3 years, not a lot has changed in 3 years. And I'd like to know also how many people are involved in the non-union side. $25,000 to redo a 3-year-old survey seems to be an awful lot.
You want to speak to that, Mr. Malinowski?
I'll have Mr. Purple or Ms. Hale answer his question, the exact number of employees that are covered, because there's full and part-time. But in terms of the 3 versus 4, we're required by the current SAP, which we just re-ratified under Article 4, to do this every 4 years. And what I would say is the Personnel Board has spent an amazing amount of time over the last 3 years trying to catch up, and we continue to try to catch up to maintain the employees that are covered by the SAP. We did this survey coming right out of the COVID years, and there are remarkable differences between public and private employment, and we believe that the amount of items that we are dealing with for a variety of different positions at this point required us to do this. The alternative is to, I'll call it cherry pick, and pick one-off situations that come before us and deal with them in the moment. But we believe that the totality of dealing with it in total, so that we don't have basically a line at our door, was the right answer to do. Then the amount, the $25,000, is supported by quotes that it takes to do these surveys, including interviews. I can also assure you that if this is passed, that the Personnel Board is going to closely look at the scope that we plan to cover with the survey, and we hope that there may be a chance at returning money at a future town meeting.
All right, thank you. Are you at the mic for this item, Ms. Reynolds?
Yes, thank you. Claire Reynolds, 104 Main Street. I just have a question for Mr. Malinowski. Has everything been implemented from the previous study that was done?
Yes.
Okay, so so there's going to be some financial effect of this from the study afterwards? I guess you're doing it because people are underpaid?
I'd say potentially. That's why you do a study. There are always, at least the last one we did in 2022, there was a cost to it. I would assume that something will change. What positions that's for is certainly the reason you do the study.
Are we losing people because of they're not being paid?
We've seen a significant amount of turnover at both the department head and non-department head position since we've done that last study.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's because of pay. The only reason that I'm asking this is $25,000 is a lot. If we're going to have any chance of trying to make a slight change in the percentage increase of the budget this year, $25,000 is a step forward, so to speak. That's the only
All right.
reason I'm bringing it up.
All right, thank you.
Paul, there was one
Any-
more question that Doug Peck asked.
Yeah.
He wants to know how many people are on the salary administration plan. It's about 40.
40 people? So we're doing a $25,000 survey for 40 people?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's full-time.
Is this person coming to the mic? Go ahead.
Patricia Burns, Fiore, 10 Winter Street. I don't know whether it was in a meeting that I heard or read that the previous study that there were problems with that. So what about the previous study were you not happy with?
Who are you suggesting is not happy with the previous study?
Mr. Malinowski.
All right.
I guess,
Is-
because he's
is that true, and
he's
what's
the
the
one
answer?
speaking to, he's the one nodding at me. so-
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I can tell you that
Go ahead.
the general sentiment of the Personnel Board that while the last study certainly made progress, the major item that was implemented in that was implementation of a grid system which rewards tenure in service to the community, which creates longer serving employees. There are other aspects of it in terms of the interview process and how we gather data around the actual job of the employee and how that compares to comparable communities that I think were a learning point for this study.
So if that study that we paid for was not successfully done to what you wanted, do we receive any money back from that paid study?
I'd say we got what we paid for it, which was about somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000, which is my recollection.
So because you weren't happy with that one that we paid for 2 years ago, and this is required to be done 4 years, you want to move that up to spend $25,000 now, how does that affect the 4-year cycle?
It would reset the cycle, and to be clear, I don't think any of us want to spend money doing it, but this is the only option we have if we want to fix the problem we have, that we believe we have with our municipal employees that are governed by this SAP.
But again, it's not required to happen this year.
We are not required to do it for another year. We run the risk of potential turnover if we don't do it now.
All right, any other comment or question on Article 12? Just waiting for this lady, okay. Seeing none other, this requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 12, please raise your hands. All opposed? That motion fails. Article 13, Mr. Stivers.
Mr. Moderator, I move the article is printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. Does it receive a second? Okay. Article 13, Mr. Stivers.
Yes, this is to fund a water system infrastructure improvement on Lynbrook Road and finance it through an interest-free loan from the MWRA. MWRA actually has an interest-free loan program that is available to something like 50 some odd MWRA communities. Southborough is one of 3 communities who's never taken advantage of this interest-free loan, and kudos to our DPW superintendent who is actually starting to use this. Borrowing at 0% interest is certainly preferable to borrowing at any positive interest rate, so this sounds like a good choice. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Comment, question on Article 13? Yes.
Hi, Dante DeMichaelis, 15 Bantry Road. So what, is there something deficient that we're trying to replace? What are we trying to increase capacity? What are we spending $1.5 million for?
Defer to the DPW superintendent. You could go to the mic back there if you wanted this one.
All right.
Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent.
Go right ahead.
Moderator through you. Lynbrook Road is one of the top scoring pipes that serves the majority of the town that requires replacing. We've actually ranked every pipe in town, and this scores amongst the top 10 pipes that needs to be replaced. Now, that being said, the impetus which has caused us to start looking at this particular location is Lynbrook Road's actually currently a state road, along with Rainwell on the other side of 495. We're looking to get the state to make improvements to the road so that they will then turn it over to the town for maintaining, which we currently do, even though it's a state road. So obviously, before we do make improvements, we want to look at the infrastructure that's below grade and make any improvements to that, and that's what caused us to go down this route.
Okay, so it's really the quality of the infrastructure or that piping needs to be replaced. It's already degraded to a point that we want to replace it before there's a failure.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's, there's a number of factors we look at when scoring the pipes. It's percent of the population served, the volume of water that goes through the pipe, the age of the pipe, the type of pipe. In this case, it's asbestos cement pipe.
Great. Do we plan on replacing what's there as far as capacity, or are we going to try to increase capacity?
No, this would not be a capacity issue.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other comment or question? Sir, are you going to a mic?
Oh, sorry.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi, good evening. Kevin LaRoche, 24 High Street. First time attending a town meeting, so bear with me.
Kevin.
You say that now.
Kevin, I'm going to take the liberty to say they're not usually like this one.
Okay, all right, all right.
Thank you for attending.
Thank you. With respect to Article 13, the sum is 1.5 million. What is the cost of the project that requires us to create 1.5 million of funding today for an interest-free loan?
DPW.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, through you. The cost of the project will be 1.5 million. We'd like to do a little more, but we probably terminate it at that.
So you'd be looking to raise the funds day one for the 1.5?
We've already included the funds and the estimate for getting this loan in the current user fees.
Okay, okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to go back here, and then we'll come over there.
Sharon Shoemaker, 22 Wood Street. I think he might have just answered my question. Is this paid off through the water fund?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, right over here.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford. So the summary indicates projects would also include the Presidential Drive Fisher Road Loop. I'm the right one, right? Will connect two adjacent water mains, which will result in water quality improvements. Additionally, replace critical water. But the article is specific to Lynbrook Road. So is the money being raised specific? This 1.5 million is just for Lynbrook Road, or will it also include the other projects that you've indicated?
It will only be for Lynbrook Road.
All right. Other comments, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? By the way, this is a 2/3 vote. This is a 2/3 vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. And all opposed? Okay, see the cafeteria? I declare a 2/3 majority, Mr. Hegarty. Article 14, Ms. Landry. Ms. Landry, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Where are we?
Article 14.
All right. I'm asleep here. I move to authorize the borrowing as printed in the warrant.
Let's receive a second. All right, Ms. Landry?
Again, I'm going to ask Mr. Cundiff to come up and explain the details of this, if you would.
DPW.
Bill Cundiff, DPW Superintendent, Mr. Moderator, through you. We currently have two projects, and we'll talk about the probably more obvious and significant one first, which is Willow Street. Willow Street, as many of you may or may not know, is located on the east side of town between Boston Road, Route 30, and Route 9. New England Center for Children is on it, and a number of other businesses that are located in the town of Southborough. I started here a year and a half ago, and since that time, Willow Street has flooded to the point of being closed on 2 occasions. And when I say flooded, I mean there was 2 feet of water going across the top of the road. Now this is a result of a failed culvert pipe under Willow Street. Willow Street, where this culvert is located, is probably 75 feet from south of Boston Road. And as you may know, there's a traffic signal right there at Boston Road. Truck traffic that gets to and from the businesses located in there, it consists of, tractor trailer trucks and large tandem vehicles for construction type purposes. They will have a difficult time negotiating access to the businesses if the road is closed for any period of time. They can't access it from the south because of a low bridge and an S curve that makes it not practical. So if this road were closed, they would have no ability to sustain their business in town. So Willow Street has logistic issues, and that's really what drives the cost up. There's actually 2 culverts that are being replaced as part of this project. And we have to, as I mentioned, maintain access, reconstruct the culvert to conservation or state standards, which is called stream standards for the new culvert requirements. All of these things are driving up the cost, which gets us to the $3 million price on that. That's Willow Street in a nutshell. We have, and we will continue to solicit grants. We currently have a municipal vulnerability grant application into the state. We also have obtained a DER grant, which offsets the engineering costs associated with the design of these culverts for $240,000. We're looking to also go to the DER when we get to the construction phase to see if they will also support that. We expect we will get funding. I don't know how much, but this would be for assuming we get no funding. With regard to John and Mitchell Streets, the issue there is, and I'm not sure how many of you know even where that is, it's located off Central Street, closest to Boston Road, and it's a steep hill. About a year and a half ago, there was a sinkhole that formed on the steep hill, which is like a 10% grade, which is fairly steep. So we investigated, we went out there and did some Band-Aid repairs to the pipe that failed. The pipes, the drainage pipes in that neighborhood actually have no bottom anymore. It's just like a sea that's kind of with dirt on the ground. So this drainage system basically needs to be replaced out there. And in doing that, we would need to basically repave and reconstruct the road out there. So that's the projects in a nutshell.
Mr. Cundiff, could you just speak briefly to the age of those culverts when they went in?
The culvert on Willow Street, I couldn't tell you when it went in. The oldest plan I have is from the 1960s, and it shows the John and Mitchell Street, we're looking at about a 1950s to 60s era corrugated metal pipe that's basically rusted.
And we're assuming the materials would be a lot more durable nowadays?
We would use either precast concrete structures for Willow Street and/or high-density polyethylene plastic corrugated pipe for John and Mitchell. So yes.
Thank you.
All right, microphone C.
Thank you. Lisa Braccio, 13 Oregon Road. Mr. Cundiff, if you would stay up there, I'm hoping, with moderator's approval, I'm hoping you can answer the questions that I have. So I just want to have a level of confidence that, was any traffic studies done on the number of cars that are on this small feeder road to Route 9? And why I ask is, there's alternates up Central Street and off Connector Road. And I just want to understand, because there are other access points, if it's really worth a $3 million investment, and if we know how many cars actually use this. There's a lot of roads, obviously, in disarray in the town now. So again, I just want to have a level of confidence, and I want to understand that this is the best use of $3 million at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moderator, through you. I don't have a traffic count for Willow Street, and I can't tell you what the number of vehicles per day are. I can tell you a significant amount of people do cut through there on their way to and from work. The short time that I've had out on site, I mean, it's obvious, and I encourage anybody to go out there. It's a heavy traffic road, and surprisingly, with that S-curve and the road bridge, so there's New England Center for Children, which has buses that come in, little van buses that pick up students, drop off students. Actually, that southern section has issues at certain times of the day during bus drop off and pickup that really limit the ability to utilize the full roadway because vehicles conflict with one another. But yeah, it's heavily traveled.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, my concern obviously is it's one lane under the bridge. It's kind of a scary road for anybody to go on. And again, just to consider if that is the best use of the $3 million. So thank you.
All right, Mr. Caleri was next.
Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. I'm very familiar with both roads, and I would say, more importantly, to the town of Southborough, with our government and also you citizens, both these roads I consider very dangerous. Both those culverts, the one on Central Street, the plate's dipping again in the center again. You have one of those plates drop in, working for National Grid, and done road work, and that plate falls in, and a car ends up in there when we have some serious injuries. We're going to pay a price for that. They're not safe conditions. We know the conditions exist. It is expensive. Central Street is busy. I live on it. But Willow Street is surprisingly very busy. It's not just people going to those places. I say 10% of the traffic on the street goes into those buildings. It is a clear passage road. And if I've done a lot of work for New England Center for Children. People coming up from down Pine Hill Road and that way scoot up across to get onto Route 9. They even do the U-turn or whatever at the Fayetteville Lights or continue west. These roads are heavily traveled. But more importantly, we know they're not a safe condition. You can turn a blind eye when you don't know this about a safety issue. But when you know it's a safety issue, now you can be held accountable for when you don't take appropriate action. And I think your action is appropriate. I think this needs to happen. Not because I live on the street. I'm afraid of going to be down that street and have to deal with an accident with somebody very seriously injured in a car. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go down here.
Ivershield, 11 John Street. My driveway goes onto John Street just below where the sinkhole is. I'm the one who called it in a couple of years ago. Just a point of information for the voters. John Street and Mitchell Street are both dead end. The folks who live above my driveway, should the road go, are going to be walking. There's no way out. There's no alternative path at all. It's not a high traffic area, but folks do live there. Thank you.
Maybe they could go across your front lawn.
It's been done.
I'm sorry about that. In the back first, Mr. Hamilton, then you.
Sure. Ben Garangelli, 26 Central. Mr. Caleri's a very smart man. He presented things very well. Both of those streets, big issues. I just want to ask one question. The big issue on Willow Street, which has to get done, we have to get it done one way or the other, but the big issue there is the amount of increased traffic. Those were not designed for 25-ton trucks driving through there. I don't know what we've done as a town to even deal with these, they're commercial taxpayers, but we have to somehow work on dealing with these people when we run into these issues. That's what caused the premature failure. That was going to fail anyways. The John Street and Mitchell Street areas, boy, we're going to open up a can of worms because there's a lot of issues all the way around that whole area. But 2 critical streets have to get done. We have to get them done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. I drive down that road semi-regularly. One thing that's really important is that there are some very significant businesses that reside off of Willow Street, and they require truck access, and really the only practical truck access is across this culvert. And so if we don't make this repair, we're frankly, they're going to be thinking about leaving town because they won't have access. The trucks can't fit under the railroad bridge, which is between them and Route 9. So if we want to keep businesses in town, we've got to take care of the infrastructure that supports them.
Thank you, and over here.
Janice Hunt, 16 John Street. So I travel on John Street every single day, as well as my neighbors. And since the street was last done in the 1950s or 60s, how many FedEx trucks, Amazon trucks, lawn services, dump trucks come up my street on a daily basis? That the street was not designed to hold that. It is a critical time for us to fix these roads, the little ones and the big ones.
All right, I'm not hearing any opposition to this article in the questions. They're good questions. It looks like the microphones are clear, so I'm going to suggest we move to a vote. This also requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? All right, I declare a 2/3 majority. I see the cafeteria. All right, we move to Article 15. Ms. Cook.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Say that again, please.
I move the article as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second. All right, Ms. Cook.
So a few years ago, we used to have 2 ways to pay for capital items. We either paid for them in the current year budget, or we issue debt, bonds, municipal bonds to pay for them. The advisory committee, Andrew Pfaff in particular, approached the advisory committee wanting us to look at a third way, which is to lease property. He felt that we could save some money. It's easier to sign a lease than it is to issue bonds, so the cost of doing so would be much less. And he felt like it was a more competitive way to do this. You had a lot of people in this business, and we could get pretty good rates. So we started doing this, Andrew, 4 years ago or so? So all this is continuation. So we picked a couple things this year. Again, trying to keep your year-over-year budget down rather than pay for them. We elected to lease a couple of pieces of property. So this article basically funds the first year of 2 pieces of equipment for leases.
Comment or question about Article 15? Are you going to a mic?
Never sit against the wall. Patricia Burns Fiore, 10 Winter Street. Could you tell me the cost of the vehicles if they were purchased and not leased, please?
Brian, these are 5-year leases? Yes? Yes? I can barely see you. Yes? Okay. So, Patty, you would take the number there and multiply it times 5, more or less. There's some interest rate in this, so call it 50 times 5, 250 for the front-end loader. Bill, tell me if I'm wrong as far as approximate cost, and then the dump would be, what, 60,000 or so, the dump truck?
So, wait a minute.
He's going to tell us, hold on a second, he's right here.
The loader I had submitted 257,685.
Divided by 5 is how much? 257,685.
And the utility dump is 200,000.
So that must not be a 5-year lease then.
Kathy, the other part's in water.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so, Patty, as you know, for our discussion today, so some of these pieces of equipment actually are shared between the DPW and the water department. So the cost is split. So this is one of those that is split, Bill, between the two, I assume? Okay.
The utility, all right, so you're telling me that the front-end loader, the purchase price was $257, and the 5-year lease price is going to be about, what? 5
58.
times 58 is
Yep.
going to be like $270?
Yes.
And at the end of a 5-year lease, and you don't have anything, versus at the end of a purchase, you have the machine.
That's not true. Most of these are set up so that we do own the equipment at the end of the lease. So they're capital leases. They're not operating leases.
Could you confirm that?
I'm looking at Mr. Cuniff, and he's nodding yes.
So
yes.
I'm sorry, I guess I'm ignorant to this. So why is it then considered a lease and not just a buying over time?
Because leases can be either capital leases, which means you do own them. A lot of leases are structured so that you do own the piece of equipment at the end of the lease. That's not unusual at all. Some aren't, but a lot are, and these are capital leases, so the lease will say it's yours at the end of it.
Okay, and that is the case with these?
Mr. Cuniff is saying yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other comment or question? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ethan Rudolupert, 189 Middle Road. This is actually my second town meeting.
Hey.
Thank you. I have a 3-year-old son who absolutely loves trucks. Will these be at the Southborough Touch a Truck in a few weeks? Thank you.
I appreciate that, and it's probably a little too soon, but
Next year.
I'd say your son gets a personal invitation from Mr. Cundiff when they come in. These are my witnesses. Any other comment or question? All right, this also requires a 2/3 majority. All in favor, raise your hands. And all opposed. Okay, I declare a 2/3 majority. And we move to Article 26. Ms. Brascio.
Good evening. I move the article is printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second? All right, Ms. Brascio, are you speaking to this, or is?
Mr. Dennington will be speaking to it, but I will just add that this article is to preserve, historically preserve the town common fence rails. I believe Mr. Dennington is going to speak to this?
Yes. So, as Lisa said, this is asking the hall to appropriate Community Preservation Act money to fund the restoration of the iron railing and granite fence posts along the town common. And I'm hoping we can put on the screen some pictures of what I'm talking about. But while they're coming up, okay. Can you go back to the first one, which has the overview of it? So if you're familiar with what I'm talking about, there it is. Okay, right there. You should recognize that, right? So you have the Civil War obelisk in the center of the town common, and there's this
Andrew, make sure you're at the mic, or just hold it in your hand if you need to. Thank you.
So there's this iron railing which surrounds it, and you can see it a little bit from this picture, and it's a very poor state of repair. It's crooked. There are points where it's rusted. There are points where it's completely missing, and if you can just start flipping through some of these pictures, you can see some detail. You see that those granite posts are also crooked, like you see there where the cursor is. You see some granite posts that are just all going in different directions. There are points where the railing is detached from the, yep, that's a good example. It's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to, there's a part which is completely missing. I think you get the point. So one of our goals has been sprucing up the center of the town in advance of the Tricentennial celebration in 2027. So we submitted an application for CPA funds jointly with the Historic Commission. And also we got Mr. Cundiff's help into different options. So some options were a temporary cosmetic fixes to this. Others were completely replacing this with a more modern chain link looking fence, but ultimately what we decided was we wanted to do a full restoration of this to preserve it as a historic resource. And I don't know if Mr. Miller, who's the chair of Historic, is here. He can speak to that in a little more detail. He's done some research about how old this is, et cetera. So working with Mr. Cundiff, we contacted a historic restoration company that gave us $100,000 as a good budgetary number for something like this. And then we built in some money for design costs so that we can prepare a bid package to put this out to bid. And there's a $10,000 contingency in here, so the total is $121,000. We hope that after we put this out to bid that we might get some bids that would be under that, and so we'd be able to return some money back to the CPA. But I think this is something that's urgently needed, and that just looks dumb the way it looks right there. We'd like to have it look better. So hope we can have the hall support for this.
Thank you. Comment or question on the article? Yes, ma'am.
Beth Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive. So I was trying to understand the history of, how old these were. Well, first of all, can you say when these were installed?
Mr. Miller and I were talking about that yesterday, and he's done a lot of work on that. He can answer that question more directly.
Hi, Beth.
Mr. Miller.
Kevin Miller, 18 Lattice School. I'm a chair of the Historical Commission. I'm way over-prepared for this because to me, it's a really exciting subject. And actually, the common and, of course, the fence embodies, when you look at it broadly, the entire 300-year history of the town. But I just want to give the hall 3 dates that are relevant, which is 1866, 1887, and 1926. 1866 is when, in an earlier photo that was up, you saw the Civil War obelisk, the Fitzwilliam granite obelisk that honors the 17 Southborough men who lost their lives in the Civil War. That was the impetus to think of the town common as a landscape space. Prior to that, for the first 140 years of the town's history, the area we think of as the common was open space, undefined. There was no common street in the early 19th century. It was an open area of transit for horses, wagons, and pedestrians. When that obelisk was built, in the same year, the retaining wall along Main Street was built, and the granite steps that lead up from Main Street and direct you toward the obelisk, and then actually in a direct line to the doors of the Pilgrim Church was put up. And that area, that portion of the common was fenced. For the first time that we're absolutely sure of. That next date that I gave you, 1887, is really significant. So for after about 19 or 20 years of things as status quo, you suddenly see, I looked at about 100 years of town reports in preparation for this, and what you see in 1887 is a sudden flurry of activity where there was a town meeting article to ascertain the town's right to use part of the common. There was money spent for legal expenses to survey the common and to erect the fence that you see today. So I would date this to 1887. The other significant date that I gave you, and the last one I'll give you, I promise, is 1926. In 1926, the fence at that point is about 50 years old. and it needed maintenance. And actually, it was on a Monday night in 1926, night probably just like this, except Calvin Coolidge was the president at the time. Article 20.
Mr. Caleri, can you verify? All right, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Miller, go ahead.
That's all right. Town meeting voters were asked to consider Article 29, which was to see whether the town will authorize the selectmen to repair the fence around the common and to appropriate money therefore, or remove said fence, or do or act thereon. So the choice then was, after 50 years, fix it, let it fall into, collapse, or repair it. And I think, to their everlasting credit, earlier generations of this town said yes to their history and voted to fund the repairs. And 100 years later, we have that. It's really, we've seen these photos of how dilapidated it is, but this fence is really quite extraordinary. Rising, from the level of the ground at the All Wars Memorial and describing this lovely arc around Common Street, past the obelisk, past the World War I German howitzer that was donated by the American Legion in 1919 and restored with volunteer efforts in 1991, descending back on the west side down to the 1875 historic water trough. There's a lot of history here, and it's beautifully framed by this fence, and I hope that 100 years from now, voters at a town meeting will look back on what we did tonight and said that we did the right thing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Butler. We'll come back, Ms. Mello.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So you're saying they did it in 1927, we only got 98 years out of this?
Ms. Mello.
So I will start my next question with pointing out two other significant dates, October 2018 and November 2019. That's where, if you look at Google Maps and the historic photos, you will see that between those two times is when the posts along the end of the railings disappeared, before and after the work was done for the Main Street reconstruction project. So I know we don't have the same DPW head. When I reached out to him today, he didn't have an answer as to what happened with those posts, but I'm frustrated as a voter that the railing wasn't taken good care of at that time, and now we're being asked for this expensive project. And I know that it's not just the end section of the railings, but it's a pretty significant chunk that is missing now, that I'm assuming that part of this money is to pay for replacing those. And when I reached out, the current head of DPW isn't aware of what happened to those pipes and where they are. And so now I'm following that up with a question to Mr. Hamilton, who sits on the select board, if I may, if he's willing to answer. Because on my southborough.com, when I wrote that the select board had supported this article because it doesn't impact our taxes, Mr. Hamilton commented that if you think that the CPA funds don't impact your taxes, he's got a bridge to sell you. I think it was something along those lines. And so my question to you is, as someone who has railed against spending too much CPA funds in this small section of town, and who has said that you're concerned about the ever-increasing taxes, and I'm worried about the advisory committee's report about a possible 2.5 override needed next year, even without the Neary Building Committee. My question is, when the board was talking about what other projects in the future might CPC funds be needed for, there was a sort of, well, we don't really have anything in the pipeline, but it didn't really seem certain to me that this money means that we won't be coming back to, I'm worried about hearing that the historical preservation funds are being tapped out. And so I'm just concerned about spending, I know we're all excited about the Tricentennial, but I'm wondering, why do you support this and not feel that it is putting too much on town meeting voters?
All right, Mr. Hamilton, hold on there. Ms. Mello, that question's out of order. I mean, we're not here to interview individuals. If you want to address a select board position to the select board generally, feel free. But we're not here to like revisit blog comments. So make it a generic question for the select board.
Okay.
With all respect.
Then a question for the select board. Why is it that you support this and aren't concerned about future impacts?
Select board, anybody?
I'll take a stab
All
at
right,
this
that's
first.
proper.
First, I should point out that the select board is not responsible for recommending CPA projects. That is the responsibility of the Community Preservation Act Committee, and that committee is largely not appointed by this board. So, to some extent, to the extent that these projects have been vetted and are recommended to town meeting, it is really the CPA committee that is responsible for them. These funds are segregated. They are taxes. They do come from your tax. They are, for all intents and purposes, a property tax, which, you know, you write a check for 4 times a year. So to the extent that these are segregated funds, I think there was support on the board to do them. There's a separate question as to whether if they weren't segregated, this would be the highest and best use of $121,000. That's an open question if we ever cross that bridge. I don't know whether any other members.
So, yeah, can we just get an answer from the select board as to the basis for their support?
Short comment on this. The same way that the Community Preservation Committee votes to bring it before town meeting and town meeting decides, in the same way I think the select board supports it individually, but it's really up to the body here voting whether they want to spend their tax money on this or not. That's my thought.
Yes, sir.
Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street, and to display the mist, get rid of the mist, I didn't vote in 1924 for this. I was there, but I didn't vote for it. But no. CPA funds have something going to be in my bonnet, and I'll tell you why. In fact, at one point I said I would vote to never have them, and I'll tell you why. I've seen significant amount of this money spent on private properties. 84 Main Street, they took a big chunk of change from it. It's a private person's house. And we saw with the St. Mark's Episcopal Church, we helped them fix it. That was a nice thing to do. We've also had the land up off Chestnut Hill Road to get the airspace over it. But this is a project finally for the town, on town property. When I came to town meeting tonight, I couldn't guarantee you how I was going to vote. I was not happy with the results of the Main Street project for a lot of reasons, but that's water over the dam. Same with those other expenditures on CPA funds. But here's a project in our own downtown, and if we're not going to fix it, tear them all down and go without a fence, because that looks like heck. A good friend of mine was back to town a couple months ago that grew up here. He's my age. And he looked at me and he says, "What in God's name happened to Southborough?" When he saw the pile of dirt on Newton Street and he saw a lot of Route 9, what it looks like, and up around here and even the Main Street project. I think this is a chance. Yeah, it's a lot of money. And if it's done right, it'll last that length of time and actually beautify the downtown or the center of our town. And a lot of people that I see that come to town meeting that are new don't even realize where Marl's Cafe is actually the downtown of Southborough. It doesn't look like a downtown. And quite frankly, when I got married, I moved to Westboro for a year, moved back, and I made a statement because of the appearance of the town, we may be number 5 or 6 on the list now because of what this has. So this is CPA funds, and at least we're going to spend it on something that's town property. So what you brought up tonight changed my mind. I am going to vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brascio?
Just quickly, I just want to remind everyone that CPA funds have also spent quite a bit of money on town buildings. We did the library for over $1 million, and the townhouse was restored for over $2 million that this body approved. So all I will say to this article is, this article was brought to the CPA by the Select Board and Historical. So I'm kind of confused why there would be any question if the Select Board supported this individually or not. They voted on this 5-0, and I think it's a great project. It met all the qualifications. CPA's job is to bring it to you. You decide if this is a great project. We all thought it was. So I hope that you will support this vote. Thank you.
All right. Any other comment or question? Seeing none, this requires, oh, excuse me. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 16, raise your hands. At the cafeteria, I'm sorry, 26, raise your hands. Thank you. I see the cafeteria. All opposed to Article 26, raise your hands. The motion carries. Article 27, Ms. Brascio.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move Article 27 as printed in the warrant.
Receive a second? Second. All right. Go ahead.
Just briefly, that the CPA transfer of the funds, these funds will go into the trust, the Affordable Housing Trust, which will allow the town to act quickly and creatively in addressing the town's housing needs. There was a lot of discussion on this. From the newly formed trust, we have Ellen Mara, okay, and Paul Desmond to speak to this article. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I believe there's a presentation, if we could get that up. But I'll start with a little background on the trust. As Lisa said, it was formed last September at this town meeting to basically create a single board out of what used to be two, the Affordable Housing Trust and SHOPSI. If we can go to the next slide. So the idea was to create this single group that was dedicated to the specific purpose of affordable housing in town, as SHOPSI was, but with the authority to actually spend some money, which the trust had. And another intent was just that it wouldn't be basically a duplicate of the select board, who have other things to focus on. But previously the AHT was made up of 4 members from the select board and 1 at-large member. Now it's the other way around. So if we could go to the next slide. What are we asking for? It's a transfer of $532,000 and $532,014 from CPC to the Affordable Housing Trust. As Lisa said, we worked together on this to predefine some purposes that would align with both the powers that are granted to the trust as well as the mission of the CPC as it relates to housing. This slide summarizes what we agreed on, but it amounts to acquiring land and/or existing homes, renovating homes, with the help of third parties, perhaps providing some financial support for qualified folks, such as for rental assistance or help with a down payment. Next slide, please. So the goals here, why are we asking for this? There are several, you can see them listed here, and they all amount to furthering the goals of the AHT, which is to increase the supply of affordable housing in town. But I do want to highlight 2 of these goals. One is the ability to act quickly when an opportunity arises. I mean, what we're really talking about here in some instances is real estate transactions. An opportunity comes up and we need to act fairly quickly to realize it. It's certainly not enough time to go to the CPC and apply for funds at that point and then wait for the next town meeting to roll around. It's just not how things work. So this would put the money in the AHT coffers where we can use it immediately as an opportunity arises. The second key point I want to talk about is the 10% threshold for the affordable housing in town. When we're below that, developers can apply for a Chapter 40B permit, which allows them to override a lot of local zoning laws, so long as they make 25% of the units in their proposed development affordable. Right now, as I understand it, we're only a unit or 2 away from that 10% threshold, although the number does change all the time as we build more housing in town. But the point is, it's in the town's interest to meet that 10% threshold so that we will have more control over zoning for new developments, and this transfer will help us do that. At this point, I want to turn it over to Ellen, who is our rep to the CPC, and she'll speak to some of those issues. Ellen?
Great, thank you. So just to touch a little
I'm
bit.
sorry, name and address, please.
Sorry, Ellen Maria, 1 Weatherby Lane.
Thank you.
I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Trust and the trust representative to the CPC. So a bit more on where this money comes from and how that's allocated. So you know, it's a 1% property tax surcharge, and the money has to be divided between 3 buckets. That's what we did tonight in Article 24. That 10% has to go towards community housing, 10% for historic preservation, 10% for open space or recreation, up to 5% for administration of the CPC, and then the rest goes to the budgeted reserve. And that 65% can be spent on any eligible projects in those 3 buckets. And so if a project comes before the CPC, it needs to meet the requirements of those buckets. The money in the community housing bucket has been dormant in the CPC since 2011. That's the last time an article came before town meeting and was passed to use any of the money in these buckets. So that's why there's such, a large sum in there at this point. And the Affordable Housing Trust is the most viable vehicle that we have in town to use this money and put it towards its intended use, as opposed to it, thank you, continuing to sit there as it has since 2011. Next slide, please.
All right, you have about 1 minute.
Great. So just on the key parameters of this request, there are really clearly defined state regulations, both for how the trust can use community housing money and how the CPC can use that money. And so the trust and CPC work together on this application, on this article, to make sure that all of those regulations will be followed. A few important reminders: any affordable units created with these funds will be perpetually affordable with that restriction. The potential use of these funds will only be in those areas that Paul laid out and will be discussed publicly in our open trust meetings. The trust provides regular updates through myself on the CPC, as well as written updates every 6 months. And then if an affordable unit is created with this money and then sold as an affordable homeownership unit, that money is then returned to the CPC per state law. So just to kind of underscore some of the parameters in place. So thank you.
All right, comment or question? Yes.
Alan Kay, 5 Wentworth Drive. I had a question about the 1% surcharge. Is that on the units that are their property tax or everybody in Southborough?
So that is everybody in Southborough. So when we voted for the CPA in 2003, you can either do a 1%, 3%, and so Southborough voted to do a 1% surcharge that everyone pays on top of our property taxes.
For what? I mean, this thing passed, this affordable thing passed not that long ago on a very contentious thing, and there was no talk about a 1% surcharge that would be needed for this.
So this is completely separate from MBTA communities. This is something that Southborough adopted in 2003. Every community in the state can adopt this. Money is matched to a certain percentage from the state. So this is completely separate from the MBTA zoning.
Okay, just in the write-up, it was talking about the vote we just recently had, so that's why I got confused by that.
I think that's a different write-up.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Butler.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. This seems to me to be well thought out. Collecting your tax dollars and leaving them untouched for 14 years is not a good, which is the elapsed time since the last time we did anything, is not a good idea. If you're going to collect money, you want to put it to some use. This looks like a good plan. I hope you support it.
All right, thank you. Okay, this requires, this is just a majority vote. Wait a minute. It's all right, I want to get the number right. Yes. Majority vote to pass this article. All those in favor, please raise your hands. And all those opposed. I see the cafeteria, I see some opposition, but the motion carries. All right. Article 28.
Mr. Moderator, I
Mr.
move to combine Articles 28 and 29 for the purposes of discussion.
All right, let's, hold on, Mr. Stein. You need to put, you need to put Article 28 on the floor.
So, Mr. Moderator, we intend to move Article 29 out of order ahead of 28, and the course of my presentation will make it clear as to why we're doing that.
Well, then make that motion.
So the motion is to move Article 29 for discussion out of order ahead of Article 28.
All right, does that receive a second? All right, why don't you explain that motion, Mr.
Sure.
Stein?
So zoning can be fluid at times. The public hearing has remained open throughout in the course of our deliberations. The realization was made that Article 28 has code changes that if Article 29 were to fail, the code changes contained in Article 28 would basically be untenable. So because of the code changes in Article 28, it really only makes sense to proceed with Article 28 if 29 passes.
Okay. Comment or question over here?
It's Michael Robbins, 47 Deerfoot Road, member of the ZBA, but I'm speaking individually. I don't pretend to know or understand how those code interpretations and ramifications would affect 28. I'm not in support of 29, but I don't understand fully how 29 and 28 are fully integrated.
All right, well, we're not speaking to 29
Nope,
just
I'm
yet.
So, may I?
29, yes.
Well, no, we're not speaking to it yet until we determine which order we're going to take them in.
Oh, okay.
Other comment or question on the motion to reverse the order of the articles?
Well,
I think it
may
does
I answer
matter.
this question?
Yeah.
So the answer is, if you look in the warrant, there are, additions, for example, 174-84C, 174.
What page?
Page 33 of the warrant,
All right, go ahead.
near the top, 174-812. So those code changes, Mr. Robbins, are pertaining to accessory dwelling units greater than 900 square feet. That's directly warrant Article 29. That's one example.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
So we're not, these code changes were vetted through public hearings, town council. We're not ready to just amend on the fly to make this fit your, desired outcome at this time.
Not my desired outcome, but okay.
So, Mr. Stein, if we take these out of order and 29,
We will indefinitely postpone 28 if 29 fails.
well, I was going to ask both. If 29 carries, then we
We will
move to
move
28.
28,
If
correct.
29 fails, we will indefinitely postpone 28.
Correct.
Okay. Any other comment or question about the motion to reverse the order? Mr. Dennington?
Okay, so
Name and address.
Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace, Select Board. So for example, Article 28, it adds a new definition in the zoning code for accessory dwelling unit. Because the zoning code currently instead has the term accessory apartment. So then, like Article 29, it seems to read that it assumes that we've already changed the zoning code to using this new term accessory dwelling unit rather than accessory apartment. So isn't it, I was under the impression from the slides that were prepared that it was the reverse. We first needed to consider Article 28 and then 29, and if Article 28 failed, then we would indefinitely postpone 29.
So if Article 29 passes, and I guess that's an interesting question. I might need town council to jump in on this, because basically, if Article 29 passes and Article 28 fails, is what you're raising as a possibility, right?
Reverse the order. If 28 fails, and then we move to 29, and some reason it passes, you've got a problem. Is that what you're saying?
No.
What are you saying?
If 29, if we go with my motion, 29 fails, then we just indefinitely postpone 28, okay? If 29 passes, and to your point, if 28 fails, I don't know what the outcome of that is. So then we would have to, I guess, reconsider 29 at that point. The problem is these warrant articles have been drafted very much intertwined. So that creates some complication. I think we would have to revisit 29, and if we pass 29, 28 fails, we have to go back and redo 29. And
All right, I'm going to have town council shed some light here.
So they are intertwined, these two articles. I don't quite, and it's not for me to determine what order people do things in, because that's for the town meeting to do, but I don't quite follow that particular logic. Let me walk you through how we got here. I'll be as brief as possible. The state has passed a law that says accessory dwelling units are allowed as a matter of right. And you have an opportunity to impose some requirements on accessory dwelling units through a bylaw on certain dimensional things and processes, but otherwise they're allowed as a matter of right. Article 28 has two components to it. It is to create by right accessory units with some controls on them, and two, to delete a bunch of existing provisions that require special permits for accessory units, which could not possibly be legal in the way they are currently in the zoning bylaws. Article 28 stands on its own. If Article 29 never existed, or there was no motion on it, or Article 29 fails, Article 28 accomplishes compliance with the new state statute, because it eliminates provisions that exist in your zoning bylaws that are inconsistent with state law, and it adopts provisions that would be consistent with state law. And there's some other policy issues in there on how those controls are, but it stands on its own. Article 29 is something different. It is not required by law, but it creates a secondary class of accessory dwelling units that are larger, for example, than the accessory dwelling units that are required to be allowed as a matter of right in state law. So what the goal is, as I understand it for Article 29, is to preserve some authority to grant accessory dwelling units by a special permit, in other words, not by right, that don't comply with the minimum state requirements or are larger than that. So that's why there's two articles. Article 28 can stand on its own. If Article 29 failed, there's nothing wrong with passing Article 28 as a matter of law. It might be a policy choice to not pass it because there might be a goal to preserve some special permit stuff, but Article 28 is not flawed in any way. It can stand on its own whether Article 29 passes or not. If Article 29 passes and Article 28 passes, then your current bylaws would not comply with state law, and there'd be a lack of local control over accessory dwelling units, and the building commissioner would have less ability to implement provisions that offer some amount of oversight over accessory dwelling units. Doesn't mean they wouldn't be allowed, but the town will have been deprived of an opportunity to have some controls. So I don't quite follow the exact logic there, but I do defer, of course, to the policy prerogatives of the planning board to have one or the other, or both, or neither. So I think long-winded way of some slight disagreement, but to provide some context on how we got here.
Next comment or question in the back, Mr. Butler, then we'll come down here to be.
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. Trying to distill what I just heard, I hear no reason to change the order of these as written in the warrant, so I would recommend we not vote in favor of changing it. Thank you.
Right over here?
Nothing further to comment. I support that last statement.
Yes?
Zoning is complicated. Mimi Luttrell, 19 Oregon, Chair of the Planning Board. If Article 28 passes and 29 fails, there would be no ability to do a special permit for larger than 900 square feet ADUs because 28 removes the accessory apartment. It removes that section of the special permit code. It updates all the language to accessory dwelling unit. So if we passed that, it wouldn't make sense in the code. There'd be no references in special permits, or there'd be no references in the different zones. So that's why we're asking to change the order and take 29 first. And we do have a presentation for the two of them.
Mr. Pfaff.
Andrew Pfaff, 50 Oak Hill. Mr. Moderator, would it be possible to combine these into a consent and then vote them together at once?
No, I'm not going to allow that. They're not of a fashion together.
David Williams, 25 Meadow Lane, on the ZBA. My take on it is 28 is kind of necessary because we have state law now. 28 would give us the zoning code that we need to comply with the state. So I'm in support of what I think Mr. Talman said, that 28 makes sense to me to go first.
Mr. Talman clarifies that if for some reason 28 were to not pass tonight or to be withdrawn, the recently passed state law would still apply, obviously would trump whatever is inconsistent in our bylaw, but we would need to get consistent ASAP. I see just the same folks at the, you going on mic, Mr. Hamilton? All right, I'm going to go to Mr. Hamilton, and then we'll go to the back.
It sounds to me like these two articles are so intertwined as to essentially, potentially have poison pills in one if we don't. And it perhaps ought to be broken into bite-sized pieces so that we can vote on the merits of each individual piece. So that, for example, the changes to the zoning bylaws that are unrelated to by right ADUs ought to be separate so that this body can vote on it. There is no pressing need to actually address this tonight. The state law exists. The state law gives the people, property owners, certain rights to build an accessory unit up to 900 feet. You still have to follow the building code. You still have to follow other zoning codes that respect to setbacks and the likes. You still have to get clearance from the Board of Health for your septic system. There is no pressing need to this, and I would recommend, I won't move to indefinitely postpone because I think that would be the planning board's prerogative, but I think the right thing to do is to indefinitely postpone this.
Ms. Gillespie.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road. And I'd like to say that we have a planning board that has looked into this deeply. They know zoning. They've done their research. And I haven't always agreed with them, as many of you who were here at a recent town meeting may know. But I totally respect their diligence on doing this. And yes, we have a state law that gives us the ability to do this kind of accessory dwelling units, which we need. But who here would like to see a bulldozer come into the property next to your house and start putting up a unit that you had no knowledge of and no town oversight, even minimal, which is what I believe this bylaw will do. And if the planning board says 29, you pass that first because 28 is contingent, some of the conditions in there require you to have 29, I'm willing to trust them. They have done a good job by this community. There are elected officials, and I say, let's say the planning board has had these hearings, everyone had the ability to go to the hearings, they've been advertised, and let's just follow their lead. And I'm in support of what they're recommending.
Somebody who hasn't spoken yet.
Julie Connolly, 26 Granule Road. I just had a question. Is the 900 square foot threshold that seems to be the differentiator between 28 and 29, is that aligned with the state
Yes,
law?
that's the
Okay.
state limit.
Okay.
And that's why I won't combine them.
So that's why 28 sort of aligns us with the state law, and
Correct.
29 adds another layer to it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I'm gonna suggest at my peril that, and you know, I'd invite the planning board to correct me, but what I'm hearing is that the planning board is trying to comply with state law plus. And if they don't have the plus, well, we don't have the plus. At the same time, if we were to defeat 29, then the plus makes no sense. Basically, what I'm hearing is that these articles maybe should have been written differently if they were going to be brought to the same town meeting. And the solution might be Mr. Hamilton's solution, which is to withdraw both of them. Sir, you haven't spoken yet.
Grant Farrington, 58 Flag Road. As a voter, I would really appreciate a presentation. I know that presentations were prepared on the information, and I think it's a bit inappropriate to suggest indefinitely postponing a matter that we haven't even heard presented on the floor.
It's a
Thank
fair
you.
point, but it was Mr. Stein's motion, who's the keeper of the presentation. In the cafeteria, please.
Hi, Paul. Tom Trong, 246 Parkerville Road. I am in favor of keeping the order by which we have the agenda, which is deal with Section 28 first. The state has mandated that these ADUs are to be built, and Section 28 basically just allows Southborough to get up to speed to update our bylaws to comply with the state's regulations.
Yeah, anything further on the order of the articles over here? And how about back there?
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford, member of the Planning Board.
Yeah.
In the handouts, there was very specific slides that provided people what happens. And there are two slides on page 4 of the Planning Board handout of what will be added to our zoning if Article 29 is voted on yes. The section 174.13.9G, ADU units by special permits. And then there's a whole area that'll be removed. And to the point of bringing up 29 before 28 is that if 29 is not approved after we approve 28, there's a bunch of language in 28 that no longer applies. And we have an issue with the language. And so the important part is to hear 29. If this town hall says, we approve 29, then we can go back to 28. It'll all make a lot of sense. But if this hall says 29, we don't like it, then we would move to withdraw 28 because it would default to the state's ADU policy or this ADU state law. It does not give us provisions, as Ms. Gillespie had mentioned, to kind of give oversight. But the building inspector has the right to enforce the requirements of an ADU that are in the state law. So our recommendation is strongly to move to 29 first, versus 28. Otherwise, we will be in a very unmanageable situation with zoning. Thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to vote, or we're as ready as we're going to be to vote on the motion to reverse the order of these articles. That motion is that a majority or two-thirds to reverse out of order? Quick. Yeah, we don't get this that often, so quick check of town meeting time says this is a simple majority. All those in favor of reordering 28 and 29, please raise your hands. I see the cafeteria. All those opposed? All in favor? All opposed? I'm going to say that motion carries. So now we need to put a motion on the floor for Article 29.
So, Mr. Moderator, would like to combine Articles 28 and 29 for the purposes of discussion.
I'm going to allow you some latitude, Mr. Stein, on 29. We won't put both articles on the floor, but I'll allow some latitude on the discussion of 29.
Thank you.
Insofar as it affects 28.
So we're combining the two articles for discussions. Both pertain to accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs. So Article 28 is for ADUs by right, which means without requiring going through a special permit process.
Mr. Stein, are you speaking to combining or are you speaking to Article 29?
I'm doing the presentation.
Oh, well, you need to move Article 29.
Okay. Mr. Moderator, I move Article 29
As
written in the warrant.
And I heard a second. Go ahead.
Article 29 is for ADUs by special permit. Next slide, please. So we have a proposed definition change as part of Article 28, which I'll read. Accessory dwelling units. An accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, is an attached or detached dwelling unit that is accessory to a principal single-family dwelling unit. An ADU shall maintain a separate entrance, either directly from the outside or through an entry hall or corridor shared with the principal dwelling, sufficient to meet the requirements of the state building code for safe egress. Accessory dwelling units may not be in a mobile home. In effect, an ADU is a self-contained housing unit inclusive of sleeping, cooking, sanitary facilities on the same lot as a principal dwelling. This definition allows for flexibility in terms of whether the unit is attached, detached, above garage, and so forth. Some benefits of ADUs: they can provide rental income for property owners, which can help offset maintenance costs and repairs, offer low-cost housing opportunities for adult children and other relatives to remain in the community, enable more options for older adults, either as an opportunity for caregivers to live close by or to downsize. They add smaller rental units to the housing inventory to meet the needs of smaller households. And compact growth makes use of our existing land, structures, and infrastructures, which can be more sustainable and far more economical than building a single-family home on a new lot. When the state mandates zoning changes, we seek to maintain some local control. We have done this in the past with zoning changes for MBTA communities, medical marijuana, and commercial solar arrays as examples. We use what recourse we have at our disposal to incorporate state law into our code for the benefit of our residents in the town. The Mass Affordable Homes Act, Chapter 150 of the Acts of 2024, Section 8, amends the State Zoning Act to allow accessory dwelling units up to 900 square feet to be built by right in single-family zoning districts throughout the state of Massachusetts. Next slide, please. So these two code updates, as we heard from the previous discussion, will create two paths. If the desired ADU will be up to 900 square feet of living space, a proponent will be able to do this without needing a special permit. and there will be abbreviated site plan review by the planning board. If the building permit and certificate of occupancy will then be done through the town building department. Now, if the ADU design is for over 900 square feet, we will be maintaining the current path with some modifications to the process. This codification will result in one new bylaw, Section 174-13.9, that incorporates both paths. Next slide, please. The state took this initiative with the intent to address the housing crisis by creating more diverse and affordable housing options. This applies to all single-family zoning, which is every district in town except conservation and the industrial park districts. So there are many opportunities in Southborough. We hope to accomplish code changes that will maintain local controls and provide maximum transparency to applicants and abutters with a clear process. Next slide, please. The current special permit process for ADUs is 2 steps through both the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Planning Board. Currently, the ZBA is the special permit granting authority with a report required from the Planning Board. During the public hearings for these 2 warrant articles, we simplified the process to special permitting from the Planning Board. So the intent here is to streamline this process and make it a one-stop shop through the town planning department. And this will remove the 2-step process. Some of the other changes, we've removed the cap on the percentage of the number of ADUs that the town can have, which is currently at 5%. We prohibited short-term rentals and clarified that only 1 ADU shall be allowed per property. Next slide, please. I think we covered this. Basically, if Article 28 fails, if the warrant articles fail, we will simply default to the state law for ADUs up to 900 square feet. There would be no abbreviated site plan review and no public process. For ADUs over 900 square feet, we will continue with the current 2-step ZBA special permit process. I feel, and the consensus on the planning board has been, that having one bylaw offers more clarity for anyone wishing to do this. So if these don't pass tonight, anyone just looking through the town code wouldn't know that ADUs under 900 square feet are allowed by right. They would have to know state law, and this could have the unintended consequence of discouraging the creation of ADUs. Next slide, please. Site plan review is solely under the jurisdiction of the planning board, and these bylaws require site plan review in one form or another. So again, this creates a more streamlined process through your duly elected planning board. Next slide, please. The abbreviated site plan by the planning board for ADUs will consist of ensuring the minimization of site disturbance, trees, vegetation, soil removal, and grade changes. They will ensure the architectural style is in general compatibility with the existing principal dwelling on the property. They'll ensure that the ADU be serviced with adequate water and septic. And the plan shall demonstrate adequate parking as required in the bylaw in Section D of this warrant. Next slide, please. The state law was enacted to address the housing crisis, increase the housing supply, and bring down the high cost of housing by developing smaller, more affordable housing options. Short-term rentals are not housing units, the allowance of which would conflict with the purpose of this law. A prohibition on using ADUs for short-term rentals is included in the bylaw to maintain some local control and not conflict with this purpose. Short-term rental units are not housing units and would not help achieve these goals. So in conclusion, please vote in support of Articles 29 and 28. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stein. Let's put Article 29 back up, please. All right, can we blow it up at all? All right, Article 29 focuses on special permit ADUs over 900 square feet because under 900 square feet is allowed by state law. Comment or question about Article 29, right over here.
Just as a quick point of clarification,
I'm sorry,
Michael Robbins,
yep.
47 Deerfoot Road.
Thank you.
The state law does not require the town to have site plan review for protected use ADUs. So for everybody in this building that has a house, the state law says that you're allowed to have an accessory dwelling unit by right. So if it's under 900 square feet or 50% of the gross living area, if it meets zoning, septic, and housing requirements, you have it by right. The special permit is authorized, so we as a community can decide if we want to have site plan approval for your ADU. I'm a property rights advocate. I pay taxes on my property. I shouldn't need to still ask permission for a legal right. So I disagree with the statement that it's a requirement from the state. That is absolutely inaccurate. Secondly, with respect to Article 29, if we're going to be moving these articles forward, my only real issue with Article 29 is that site plan review is going to planning board. I think site plan review should stay with zoning board as it's been consistent. There's been a lot of confusion on my part as well. When I met with the planning board, I never understood that the intention was to move site plan review on unprotected units to planning. So my issue with Article 29 is that planning board is taking over this section. My issue with Article 28 is site plan review in total. So I'm mixing two because we're all talking about these things. I think 28 stands on its own if we strike Section E. And I would make an amendment to that, or I'd make an amendment to 29, removing site plan review to the planning board and keep it with zoning board. I know that's confusing, but this affects everybody here.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back here, then we'll come down here.
Hi. So, sorry. Dhruv Milcha, this is my first town hall.
Whoa, what?
Dhruv Milcha.
The second part.
This is my first town hall.
Yeah,
86.
brother. Thank you.
86 Middle Road. I am actually seeking two clarifications for this, particularly what do we define as an additional unit? Let's say the way I think he described it is it has to have a separate entrance as well as kitchen. And if you are adding basically additional bedrooms or something, does it still come as under ADU or not?
If you're adding a bedroom to your house,
Yeah.
no.
Oh,
An
okay.
ADU has a separate entrance, a separate cooking facility, a separate sanitary facility. So it is truly independent of the existing dwelling.
Okay, and the second question regarding the 900 square feet thing. So basically that's per floor. If you're having kind of two, let's say one bedroom downstairs, one bedroom upstairs, can those be combined 900 or it's like one, like it has to be on one floor? Sorry, could you clarify that?
I'm going to answer questions to the extent I can, and I'm going to invite the planning board to correct me. But the state law is 900 total square feet. I don't know that it matters what level it's on. All right?
Okay. Thank you.
Already, I'm being, what's exactly right? I was told I'm not exactly right. Let's find out.
It's half the size of the primary structure or 900 square feet, whichever is less.
But the level doesn't matter. It could be two levels, it could be one level.
Right.
I think that was the question. But good point. 900 or half the existing dwelling, whichever is less. Right down front.
Hi, Julie Connolly, 26 Granuel Road. I just want to clarify, because that was very helpful, Mr. Robbins. I just want to make sure I understand, that everyone understands, because zoning is very complicated, but I know a little bit about it. So what my understanding is that Article 28, which more closely aligns with what the state has required, but is actually more restrictive than the by right use that the state is allowing, which lines up with their overarching goal of increasing diversity in housing, all the things that we have also said we want to do. So by adding a special permit layer to it, we are making it more restrictive. Not, no, I'm sorry, not a special permit, a site,
Site plan review.
Site plan review. Sorry, I misspoke, it's late.
So-
By adding a site plan review with certain conditions, we're making it more restrictive than it would otherwise be by right. And then that's 28, and then 29, we're adding another piece for units that are over 900 square feet, which would shift review, which has traditionally been with ZBA, to the planning board. Is that correct?
So mostly, except that the state law, that new state law that requires towns to allow ADUs by right, gives the town an option explicitly to adopt site plan review, not special permit, site plan review. It doesn't require you to do it, but it gives you the option to impose reasonable and limited site plan review. So it's not more restrictive than the state, it's consistent with the state to allow site plan review. Some towns are choosing to use site plan review. They feel it's important. Some towns are choosing not to, but you're expressly allowed to do it under the state law and the state regs.
Okay, but if we do nothing, then the site plan review is not allowed.
Right, correct, for the properly sized ADUs, right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hamilton, then we'll go to the back corner.
Al Hamilton, 35 Pine Hill Road. First, I will mention that the Select Board has reviewed both of these articles and has voted unanimously not to support either one. I think there is substantial concern about Article 28, in particular, its imposition of additional requirements. Today, under state law, you have the right to build a 900 square foot ADU, and you still have to adhere to all of the other requirements. If we pass this and we pass site plan review, then at your expense, you're going to have to go before the planning board, you're going to have to explain your plans, and if this planning board does not agree with the way you want to plant your property, does not agree with the way you want to grade your property, does not agree with the architectural styles that you have chosen for your property, then they have the right to deny you a building permit. That is the law. That is exactly what is, now you can talk about it being reasonable, we can talk about it being nice, but at the end of the day, the planning board has the right to deny a building permit.
So,
now,
Let him finish.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Finish, Mr. Hamilton, I'm sorry.
Secondly, there is the question about short-term rentals. Well, some people might, when St. Mark's has a graduation, choose to leave town and rent their property as a short-term rental. It's done very commonly in college towns and in university towns. Make some pretty good money for a very short-term rental. Again, this is your property, and these are excessive controls on what you can do with your property. We pay a lot in property taxes, and a lot, and we're going to pay more. And we need people to be able to use their properties the way they see fit. Thank you. The other question I have is, what is advisory's opinion on these two articles?
All right, let's get clarity on one of your questions, or one of your statements first.
So just site plan review is a process by which a planning board could impose conditions, no question about it, and some of those conditions may not be palatable particularly to an applicant. You cannot, under Massachusetts law, whether it's ADUs or any other form of zoning use, site plan review, to deny a project that otherwise conforms with the dimensional things. It's only a process to kind of review and help shape a particular proposal. So no, not making a pitch for site plan review or not for site plan review, because as I said, different towns are viewing this differently, but it can't be used to say, no, that's the special permit process under Article 29, where they're imposing a special permit requirement for the larger ones. That, for those, you can say no.
In the back, on this side, then Mr. Butler on that side.
Patricia Burns Fiore, 10
Oh,
Winter Street.
Mr. Hamilton, I'm sorry, Ms. Burns-Fiore. Did you say you had you wanted an advisory's position? And I'm sorry, I didn't follow on that.
No.
Let's get that first, I'll come right back. Go ahead, Mr. Pfaff.
Advisory voted to not support both Article 28 and 29. I think in similar that you've heard, and I'll let the others speak for themselves if they don't agree. But even though the state law allows you to be more restrictive and ask for site plan and restrict short-term rentals, we thought it was above and beyond what the scope of this town should do. So personally, I think I'm in favor of cleaning up the zoning bylaw to show that we do these things by right and cleaning up the different pieces, but these go too far in restricting what people can do with their properties.
All right, thank you. Yes?
So can I ask a question of Jesse Stein?
Well, just address it to the planning board. I bet he answers it. Go ahead.
So Article 29, Section G, could you just confirm for me that items 2, 3, 5, and 6 are not currently part of the state law?
What page of the warrant?
It's page 34.
Okay, thank you.
Section G, items 2, 3, 5, and 6.
So the question is,
Andrew's saying they're not part of it.
yeah, are 2, 3, 5, and 6?
Well, Article 29 is entirely outside of the state.
Okay, so that's
Because
the part.
Article 29 pertains to ADUs over 900 square feet. The state law is about ADUs up to 900 square feet.
I'm referencing those because it's similar to, for example, Article 28, Section E, number 2. Having been through this process not that long ago with Planning Board and ZBA, I object to the Planning Board trying to determine whether the architectural style should be generally compatible with the existing principal dwelling. Regarding the short-term rentals, saying that the design of the ADU shall be compatible with primary dwelling on the lot. I disagree with a number of these items because I think putting these constraints and conditions upon approval is overreach by this town and by the planning board on what a property owner can do with their own property.
All right, thank you. Mr. Butler?
Can I answer that?
John Butler, 4 Davis Road. So I generally am in agreement with the Select Board and Advisory Committee on this, but I would like to, but on the off chance that this meeting chooses to approve Article 29, I move to amend Article 29 by striking item 6, the prohibition against short-term rentals. And I filed that amendment with the clerk, and with the permission of the moderator, I would explain the reasons for my amendment. But
Well,
that's up to
let's have a second on the motion to amend by striking item G6 from Article 29. Do we have a second? All right, Mr. Butler, go ahead.
So the current accessory dwelling bylaw does not prohibit short-term rentals. So right now, under the accessory bylaw, for ones that fall under, if we pass 29, would fall under 29, those are permitted to have short-term rentals. And the problem is that and I would also point out that by right in residential A and B, anyone can rent rooms under current bylaw so you can rent a room short-term to anyone you want, up to 4 persons by right today under residential A and B. So the peculiar aspect of 29 under 6, which I'm proposing to strike, is that it would reduce the rights that you have right now under the accessory apartment regulations to engage in short-term rental. And I would say that as a backdrop to the whole objection that I have to to changing our approach, which today permits short-term rental by right unchanged in residential A and B, and with respect to accessory dwellings, that the proposal misunderstands why people engage in short-term rentals. It is for affordable housing. People rent both rooms and accessory dwellings at their house because they can't afford to pay their rent and the mortgage, and to pay their taxes and the mortgage. So we have to understand why the market has moved to permit to people, and I just looked before I came to town meeting here, and there were about 8 properties available on Airbnb for rental. About 6 of those were not the entire property. In other words, a room, 2 rooms, or an accessory dwelling. And I submit that the reason why people do that is that they need the money to pay their mortgage and to pay their taxes here. So it's a misunderstanding of what constitutes housing here. In order for people to stay in their houses, they need to let a room. And we would, by this 29.6, we would be restricting their freedom to do that. And I'm saying to you that people will have to sell their houses who otherwise could keep them, who find themselves with too much house, who find themselves a widow or a widower who can't afford to pay it, the need to rent a room. And that keeps them in their house. And we would take away the right that they have now to do that if we pass 29 unamended. And therefore, I urge you to support the amendment I've submitted. Thank you.
All right, with regard to Mr. Butler's motion only, all right? If you're up here to talk about 29, other than that motion, stay close by, but comment or question on Mr. Butler's motion only. Yes.
Me, Ken Boy, 10 Ashley Road. I agree with a lot of what Mr. Butler has said, but I view this portion as a protection from my neighbor's construction of a ADU as a separate building right off my sight line, bringing in different rental people every day. They could be a different person as written here. So, I wouldn't worry, my kids are older now, but I wouldn't want my kids playing in the backyard wondering who's in the new ADU every day. So I can definitely see a difference between an ADU and an attic or a basement. The owner of the house will determine whether the noise or whatever occurs from the rentee, that's their business. But when it is a new unit being constructed right off my edge of my property, I think I would want some protection against that, and I think 31-day restriction serves that purpose.
Okay, is this Mr. Butler's motion?
It was a response to that comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Andrea Gianconteri, 129 Woodland Road. First meeting, nothing like Stars Hollow.
Hey, hey, hey.
All right. So, quite honestly, it's none of my business what my neighbor builds next to me. It's our properties. As Mr. Robbins, who's so kindly walked out of the room just now, said, I'm a property rights person. As long as you're within
Mr.
the
Robbins
guidelines.
is right over here in the corner.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
Basically, if you're paying your property taxes and you're within your setbacks and you're adhering to the guidelines, it's none of your neighbor's business what you do. And that's really, I think, what we should all feel, because otherwise somebody's going to infringe on you one day.
All right. Mr. Butler's motion, Mr. Cleary?
Could I speak to that?
Just a little bit of a myth.
I keep asking if you're here are you here on his motion?
Yes.
All right, you were first. Hold on, Mr. Cleary. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So the reason the planning board decided to prohibit the short-term rentals was because the whole reason for ADUs by right and if we add by special permit, is to create more diversified and affordable housing stock. And although, so if you have an ADU, you can certainly rent it out. The prohibition is on 31 days or less. And if anybody knows from areas where there's a lot of travel and there's a lot of ADU rentals, it's reduced the ability of people to find housing in those areas, especially people that work in restaurants and hotels, because they're all being used for short-term rentals. So that's the reason behind it, was to create a more diversified and affordable housing stock.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Yeah, Jim Caleri, 51 Central Street. But there's a little bit of a myth here about Southborough, too. Over the past 6 months to a year, we have been called in the building department and Board of Health for issues with people having illegal apartments, renting illegal rooms that we didn't know about, but luckily the tenant got in a fight with the person they were paying, and we had to take appropriate action. It did. And I think even if it's a rental piece, if you're rented, it would give us probably a little more clout on it. And I think that we're seeing it more than we thought we could in the town of Southborough. The other thing is, so much of what was said tonight about bringing somebody in for a short-term rental is what we're seeing with a lot of seniors. Not particular in my case, because I'm lucky and I've got a good retirement plan. But I was into a house where probably the woman would like to have been able to rent a room on Southfield Road. Had a major electrical problem in the house. The fire department called me. There was no doubt about it, she had no capabilities to take care of the repairs. Possibly through the senior center they would have taken care of, but luckily her family stepped up, resolved the problem, and she lives in a safe home. But there are a number of people, and one of the things I'm finding out in Southborough, there are a lot of gray hairs people here. And one of the things I'm also finding out for young people, I had friends at the Center for Children wanted to buy property in Southborough, and they bought in Hudson. They got beautiful homes. They love the town because it's got a lot of amenity, a good school system. But what we have for the young people that doesn't attract them in here, I think we have no amenities. Nothing to do with what we're doing. But what is a key is that for the people that as we get elderly or older, and now this tax burden is going to be on us. It's on us now. There are a lot of people that are going to have to choose to move out of town, plain and simple. And I just wanted you to know there's already rentals in town. And we have neighbor noise problem. We have found a good relationship with the police department and the fire department, Board of Health and building. We have been a united stand a number of times in the past year, and the town knows that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just double checking, Mr. Dennington, are you up here on the motion?
No, I have a amendment to Article 28, which I don't think that's...
We're nowhere near that yet, but thank you. Mr. Butler.
Yes, I just wanted to say that if your fear with respect to 29 is that you think that there's some hazard associated with short-term rentals, as was the first speaker here addressed, you've been living with the same situation with the permission of short-term rentals since 1993, which is when that accessory apartment bylaw was put in place. So right now, the town lives with the ability for short-term rentals, and I would maintain that that keeps some people in their primary residence who otherwise would not be able to afford to stay where they are. And so the question is, do you look at the town and say, hey, we have a problem with short-term rentals here in town, and we should deprive people of that? I don't see a problem with it, such that we need to deprive people of that sort of opportunity to stay in their primary residence by having short-term rentals, which exist and which I don't think are causing haven't been causing any of us any problems, as has existed for a long term. This limits something that you can do right now and takes it away. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Robbins, this is related
Yes,
to
it is.
the motion. Go ahead.
I think it's really important for everybody here to understand the new ADU law that went into effect. This allows investors to also buy a home and then add an ADU. And so effectively making a single-family home effectively into a two-family. And I think I can speak for the planning board. One of the concerns was, just imagine, again, we're all property owners here, we value that. But let's just say instead of a resident building buying a home and maybe renting it out for short-term rental, you could have an investor buy a home, and now you've got a short-term rental with lots of flips, lots of transients, and I think that that would be a reasonable control. And I think that was the goal of what planning and some of us tried to do with respect to short-term rentals, because it just doesn't affect my ability to rent out an ADU to short-term rentals, but also just an investor with kind of like an empty faceless. It's not a neighbor. It's someone who's just bought a property and is now renting out 2 units. And so I think that was one of the goals, and I think it's important for everyone in the audience to understand that the ADUs can be done by investors as well. So it's just an important friction point, and it's something just for everyone to consider. I think it's a reasonable restriction to say, hey, nothing under 30 days for short-term rental. But I think that's for everybody in the town to decide. But I think it's important that people understand that clarification. That's all.
All right, thank you. I have someone in the CAF. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. Luis Rosero, 12 Prentice Street. I guess my concern about this is that with 28 and 29 is that it seems to kind of undermine the whole spirit of the law, which is to create affordable housing, especially in the times of increasing tax burdens and all of that. And I think all these extra processes don't really add any additional sort of, surveillance, I guess, in the things that matter, like setbacks and all the code stuff. Instead, it just seems to add additional burdens that will make it economically impossible to actually create these units in the first place. It's penalizing this type of housing to perhaps renting out in your own home if you just rented a bedroom like somebody mentioned before. And then to the second point that was just mentioned, I know a lot of towns, for example, Salem, Massachusetts, what they do to avoid this issue of investors coming in and, and doing all the things that were just mentioned, is they have a resident requirement attached to it rather than, this sort of blank limitation on just not being able to rent out.
Thank you.
If I can, the state law forbids any type of restriction that he just mentioned.
Do we have someone? Yes.
Joanne Pearson, 101 Newton Street. I just want to say where I live, it's the corner of Framingham Road and Newton Street. And for quite a number of years, when we had Pizza 19 there, they also had, it was kind of an illegal rooming house. And I know there were issues with, you didn't know who was coming in and out of there. And at one point, the neighbors across the street from me had young children, and she was very uncomfortable with letting her kids be in the yard because there was one person in particular that was there for a while that if their dog was outside and barking, they would scream obscenities at the dog. So I think, I love the idea that people should be allowed to rent an ADU, but I'm just a little uncomfortable because I experienced issues with somebody with that rooming house. I'm not quite sure if either one of these addresses some sort of oversight on that. And I totally love the idea that you shouldn't people making rules about what you can and cannot do on your own property. But I think there are practicalities that have to be looked at.
Well, again, that rental, the prohibition is 31 days or less. If that tenant was longer than 31 days, we're not talking about any kind of restriction in this article in terms of disturbing the peace. There are laws against that. But I get the comment. Anything more on Mr. Butler's motion? All right, Mr. Butler's motion is to strike item 6 from letter G on page 34. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor of the strike, please raise your hand. All those opposed? All right, that motion fails. We are back to the main Article 29. I think that's, no one else. Mr. Robbins, something new? Go ahead.
Well, I made a motion to amend 29 to substitute the words planning board in G, and I think section 2 with zoning board of appeals.
There is a second. Mr. Robbins, just explain what you're doing there.
So again, my issue with 29 as it relates, and again, I always assume it's my fault, I did not understand the discussions with respect to when I was working on Article 28, that all of zoning board appeals would just be moved over to planning. I understand that there's the idea of a two-step process, but I really, from an implementation standpoint, I just don't agree with that. I think what's going to happen is with protected use ADUs, so ADUs that are 900 square feet or less, those are going to be allowed by right, and we're going to get into that with 28. But for, let's say you want 1,500 square foot, well, you're going to need a special permit for that. And so it's my understanding and my desire to keep that special permit with zoning, just to keep that very briefly. So we're amending, my motion's to amend 29 to revert control back to ZBA. That's it.
All right, let's give him a second to get that up here.
Yeah. Hope that made sense.
Well, once you see it on the screen, it's pretty clear what you have in mind.
God bless the people that can see that. I have decent eyes and I can't see it from here. So.
Let's blow it up if we can. Question or comment on Mr. Robbins' motion to amend that's on the screen?
Beth Mello, 10
No,
Birch.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Oh,
Mello.
sorry.
In the back first.
Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford, a member of the Planning Board. So, Mr. Robbins, I'm so disappointed because you were part of all of these meetings. You were there for the minutes, for the discussions, for the conversations.
Ms. Houlihan, if you want to advocate for what went on at the meetings, please do that.
Mr. Moderator, you allow so many men to speak for so long, and you cut women off so quickly. I would please ask for respect of the moderator to allow me to speak.
All I'm asking you to do is talk about what went on at your meetings, that which clearly will contradict what he just said, and I'm fine with that. We cannot address each other like that. That's all I'm saying. And in terms of, the other part of what you just said, I think the video of my moderating speaks for itself. So please go ahead.
Fair point, Mr. Moderator, through you. The reason why Planning Board has always offered review to anybody doing a special permit. So the Planning Board invites people into discussion. It allows for the conversation. We write a report, and that's exactly what we're stating with an abbreviated site plan, with what we reviewed in the presentation that Mr. Stein presented. It provides oversight. It provides your elected officials to actually, you elected us. We're really not trying to screw you. We are trying to benefit this town, and we are honestly patrons of everybody in this room. We've thought about this. We've worked for months on this. We've thought about everything. The reason why we felt that this is important, we don't use the word restrictive. We use the word transparency and to provide neighbors the benefit of open process to understand what's happening in their community, in their neighborhood. We provide the conversations. We believe that it removes the two-step process that is today affords the Planning Board a review sheet that we provide to zoning, then zoning approves. We're asking to eliminate that process. It's already coming through us. It allows for a very easy process. Mr. Moderator, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Ms. Mello.
Okay. Beth Mello, 10 Birchwood Drive. I understand the Planning Board's point of view, what argument they're making. I don't understand Mr. Robbins' comment about wanting to keep it with the ZBA, his rationale for why he thinks the ZBA should be the board to have that authority.
All right, Mr. Robbins, do you want to address that?
I don't want to speak for the board members. So traditionally, if you wanted to have an accessory dwelling unit, it was the zoning board of appeals that would review that appeal. So it's just keeping that in line. And again, I blame myself. I was at these meetings. I never saw Article 29 until 2 weeks ago. It was never shared to me, never sent to me, never subject to my input. I never understood it to be circumventing and removing ZBA. That's just, maybe I missed it, and that's my fault. But to me, I feel on non-protected ADU, it should just stay with the Zoning Board of Appeals, which is where it's been. So I just fundamentally look at it differently. And again, from a jurisdictional point of view, this is not the biggest deal in the world. It just isn't. It's just, why change something that's not broken? And there's some language about the two-step. I still, as an attorney, I don't understand the two-step, but I don't understand town bylaws and code, and so that might be my ignorance. And so maybe I just don't really understand that. But I don't think it's this huge deal, but I think it should stay with zoning. That's all.
All right, thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Julie Connolly, 26 Granuel. I'm all for streamlining, but I am a little bit confused as why there was a shift in the final decision-making authority. So I'd love to hear the planning board explain, or somebody who is involved with drafting this, explain why there was a shift in the decision-making authority, even though it already went through the planning board, but my understanding is it was the ZBA that would say yay or nay, why that changed.
Okay, somebody from the planning board, are you going to address that?
I am
issue?
from the planning board.
No, I understand that. Are
Yes.
you going to, you were already up there, so I wasn't sure.
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
go right
that and what Mr. Robbins said.
Okay, go ahead.
So currently in the bylaw for an accessory dwelling unit, which is called accessory apartments in our bylaw, you're required to go to the planning board for, and it says in the report, a bylaw, and it lists things that the planning board needs to look at. And it's essentially an abbreviated site plan, which the planning board looks at and issues that report to the zoning board. And if and gives recommendations. And if the zoning board chooses to ignore those recommendations or change something, they're required to explain why in their decision. The reason that we shifted it to the planning board is because you're required to come to the planning board first now. We figured we would cut the second step out, just make the special permit and do the site plan review all in one meeting. Additionally, the planning board meets every other week. The zoning board only meets monthly, so it would be a quicker process for applicants also.
Okay, thank you. Gentleman in the hat, go ahead.
So Eric Laser, 9 Scholar Drive. Just real quick, I guess one question maybe for the planning board is, what would the ZBA not do that you, I guess I'm trying to understand, if a board has to review it, and historically the ZBA has done this, what's wrong with that? What aren't they going to do that you're concerned about?
Well, no, go to the mic. Somebody go to the mic and respond to that. Thank you.
No disrespect to the Zoning Board of Appeals. They've done a fabulous job. It was a two-step process. You're required to come to planning board and then go to the zoning board. We just truncated that, so you're just required to go to the planning board.
All right, thank you. Anything further, comment or question on Mr. Robbins' motion on the screen? All right, this motion requires a majority vote. A yes vote amends as shown, a no vote reverts it back. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, that motion fails. All right, we're back to Article 29. Any comment or any further comment or question, anything new on Article 29 as originally presented? We haven't amended it now at all. All right, seeing none. Bear with me 1 second, please. Article 29 requires a 2/3 majority to pass. All those in favor of Article 29, please raise your hands. I'm looking at the cafeteria also. All right, all those opposed? All right, Article 29 fails. Now we move to Article 28, Mr. Stein. What is the point of order? Who? Okay, she's correct. It's a good point of order. So what our process requires is that the default is that we would stop and have to pick up town meeting at some future day and time unless the hall elects to stay. So I need a consensus of the hall, majority vote, to continue with town meeting. We really don't have that much, to be honest with you, left to go. But all those in favor of remaining and continuing this town meeting, please raise your hands. And all those opposed. All right, so that motion carries. I appreciate that. I see the cafeteria. So we'll continue with Article 28, Mr. Stein.
Move to indefinitely postpone.
Second.
All right, move to indefinitely postpone. It has a second. Mr. Stein, do you want to speak at all about it?
It was contingent on Article 29, so.
All right. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor? And all those opposed? See the cafeteria. Indefinite postponement of Article 28 passes. I think we just have a couple more. Article 36.
Article 30, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sorry, Article 30, Ms. Luttrell.
Mr. Stein is moving Article 30 as printed in the warrant.
Does it have a second? Second? All right, Mr. Stein.
We have a slide for that. This is very, very brief. Do you not have that? So this, next slide. This code update will allow commercial businesses to utilize parking shared with another commercial business owner. At the planning board's discretion, this can be a condition on an approved plan that has undergone site plan review. Benefits to the town include efficient land utilization, less hardscape, which is more environmentally friendly, increased opportunities for economic development, and lower costs for proponents by allowing more flexibility in our code. Next slide, please. So the requirements are going to be as follows. The farthest parking spot can be no more than 500 feet from any of the user's lot lines. It's contingent upon execution of an easement or license or lease to ensure long-term joint use. It's not going to be permitted in conservation, Res A, Res B zoning districts. The planning board may require peer review or a parking study, and at the planning board's discretion, it may be subject to restricted hours of operation, restriction on or requirement of minimum or maximum number of spaces, restrictions on use if the board deems there is insufficient room for the businesses sharing the space, or if the board believes that there are other transportation options available. There's going to be a maximum of 15 days notice to the board required for any changes in use, and then a maximum of 60 days from the change notification to either come back into compliance or request a modification to the site plan. Thank you.
Sorry, comment or question on Article 30? Mr. Butler.
John Butler, Fort Davis Road. I think this is a good idea. I just want to point out a specific example of where this was a problem, which is at the commercial development on the corner of Breakneck Hill Road and Route 9. There was times when, at a time in the past when the restaurants there were doing well, that they overflowed the parking that was associated solely with that particular commercial building. the retail area, were parking on Breakneck Hill Road causing hazard. The developer at first opened up parking in the adjacent office space, but basically was not permitted really to do that under our old rules. But it did make sense because of the change in timing, and it was a safety issue. So I think it makes good sense to allow these kinds of shared uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment or question, Article 30? Article 30 requires a 2/3 majority because it is a zoning change. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Cafeteria, got it. All those opposed? Okay, I declare a 2/3 majority, Mr. Clerk. Now we move to Article 33, which a long time ago was held from the consent list. Mr. Stivers.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move Article 33 is printed in the warrant.
Does it receive a second?
Second.
All right.
I want to talk on it. I'm the one that held it.
Ma'am, that was the first thing I was going to say is who held Article 33?
Me.
Please make your point.
Helene Harrington of 4 Richards Road. I believe this should be voted down until the process is already done, not before the process is done. The Council of Aging has administrated this program. They should have been told about it. They were not in the process at all when the select people did it. Before this passes, there should be already the criteria in place, such as who decides what is physically unable, what the criteria is for the person who is representative, what age, do they live with the person, do they live in town, etc. Right now, the people who are on the tax work-off, the people who get priority make under $45,000. Would that change? So if this passes, can the select people pick anything they want? The Council of Aging should have a thing to say about that. So I believe this should be turned down until the process is already in place.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
Any other comment or question?
May I speak to that, Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Stivers.
Yes. The goal of this is to actually make it easier for people to take advantage of the senior tax work-off. And the Select Board doesn't have the power to change the state law relative to this. The Select Board simply has the power to
Mr. Stivers, you got to, yeah, please get right up there.
Select Board has the ability to allow someone to actually perform the services for someone, an individual, a senior who is not physically able, let's say, to actually do the work for the senior tax work-off. So it seems to me, at least, that this is a good thing for seniors. It allows more seniors to take advantage of what I think is a great program. So I would urge people to support this.
All right, other comment or question, Article 33? All right, Article 33 requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? Motion carries. All right, Article 36.
Mr.
Mr. Dennington.
Mr. Moderator, I move Article 36 as printed in the warrant.
Does receive a second? Second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Dennington.
Yes. This article will allow the town to invest trust funds, including cemetery perpetual care funds, CPA, and scholarship funds. Under the prudent investor rule, under existing law, the town is limited to investing in a very short and restrictive list of stock and bond investments. Prudent investing allows for much greater investment diversification opportunities. This does not inherently mean more risk, just greater investment options so that there can be reduced concentration risk and a more balanced portfolio. And the article would only affect trust funds, not stabilization funds or general fund monies.
All right, thank you. Any comment or question on Article 36? All right, requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? All right, motion passes. And finally, Article 37. Mr. Guyer.
Mr. Moderator, am I required to read the entire article, or can I just move it as written? I'm not sure what that requirement is.
No, your motion is, the article is required to be printed exactly as the citizen's petition was worded.
Okay.
Your motion does not need to hew to exactly that wording, but obviously it needs to remain very closely in the ballpark.
Oh, my simple question was, do I have to read
If you want to move it,
37?
if you want to move it as printed in the
I want
warrant,
to
you
move
can
it
do
as
that.
printed.
All right?
Okay,
Do we have
so it's-
hold on. Do we have a second? All right, now,
All right.
just go right ahead.
Okay, it's getting late, and we're back to talking about the dump on Breakneck Hill again. The intent of this article is really to ask the question as to what went wrong. That dump sat there for decades. It was known about. It was an illegal dump, and it's now cost the town probably $3.7 million, and we're going into debt. The question that this asks is, what went wrong? And let's try to figure out what went wrong. And once we determine what went wrong, maybe we can find a way to prevent it from happening again. So that's simply what the intent is. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Question or comment about Article 37? Yes, ma'am.
Joyce Greenleaf, Chair of the Stewardship Committee. And last week, the Stewardship Committee had the opportunity to review and discuss this warrant item. And for those who don't know, the Stewardship Committee is the committee that takes on the management of Breakneck Hill conservation land. And the stewards, first of all, want to commend the Conservation Commission, the conservation agent, Melissa Danza, and the residents of Southborough for supporting the cleanup of Breakneck Hill Farm Dump. The right thing got done at Breakneck Hill. It was right for what the state called for, it was right for the town, it was right for the residents. The stewards are looking forward to restoring that site to make it a vital habitat and an asset to the Breakneck Hill conservation land. However, we do not support this warrant item and urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comment or question?
May
Hold
I
on, Mr. Guyer.
May I respond to that?
You just,
Yeah.
if there's anybody else first.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Dennington.
Andrew Dennington, 10 Carolyn Terrace from the Select Board. So the Select Board voted unanimously not to support this because we didn't think it was a wise investment of money to spend $165,000 just to do an investigation to find out what went wrong, as Mr. Guyer said. If there was an investigation that would leave a viable path to filing some type of an action to recover some of the money, that would be a different story. But all the applicable statutes of limitation have passed. And even if there was, a recommendation to bring, some action against someone on the town who was responsible, this would really be setting up a situation where town meeting would be appropriating money to sue itself. And that just doesn't sound like a good idea.
Any other comment or question before I go back to Mr. Guyer? Go ahead, Mr. Guyer, go ahead.
All right, I'm tired, but let's see. The comment by the Stewardship Committee is an overly optimistic version of what actually happened. I mean, it wasn't the Stewardship Committee, it wasn't the Conservation Commission that pushed this to make this happen. I mean, that was me, right? So I think it's a bit disingenuous for them to say that, right? And the comment that Mr. Denny made, it tends to go along with what made this happen is that we don't want to be involved with this. We want to look the other way. We don't want to know. And we don't want to spend the money. That's what got us into this problem. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southville Road, and member of the Stewardship Committee. For over 25 years, I've been advocating that that dump get cleaned up. And I will say that there's many reasons why it didn't happen sooner. And I've been deeply involved in the work that's gone on since we started the cleanup and what happened when it didn't get cleaned up. And I can say that I can't see any value in this. Pointing fingers, we bought the land in 1976, the dump was already there. Who are you going to point fingers on? Municipal committees and volunteers over how many decades? Over 30, 40 years? You know, who's to blame? Well, it didn't happen. Finally, and I will give Carl credit that he made a big enough stink that it got done. Good, so it's done, it's cleaned up, we had to pay for it. Now let's move on to the next thing. Looking back to point fingers and blame people and go after people with legal fees doesn't make sense, it's not gonna make a difference. What we can do different next time is do better due diligence when we're buying property to make sure there's not an old farm dump on it. And the Open Space Preservation Commission, which I sit on, has actually done that with properties coming to the town, not recommending the town take them because there is obviously a farm dump on them. And the other thing to do is, do better stewardship of our property. But going after people for 1976, I can't do the math, it's late, but it's been a long time. A lot of people sort of missed the boat, but we're where we are now, and we've had the cleanup. And now we're looking to make it a beautiful part of the conservation land. So let's look forward and not be pointing fingers backwards.
Any other comment or question? Ms. Landry, please.
Mr. Geyer, I think everyone in the room shares your frustration that the dump existed at all, and we wish it hadn't. And I'd just like to thank you for caring enough about Southborough to put this warrant article together.
All right, thank you. Before we take a vote on this, I want to say a couple things off topic. One is that we had an assistant town clerk here for us for a long time. Her name is Amy Berry. Many of you have come to know her and seen her in action, and she is now the town clerk in the town of Grafton. But she is back here tonight at the table with Mr. Hegarty because she cares enough about Southborough still to lend a hand when she was asked. So yes, please. I also want to thank Mr. Tom Trong, who agreed to moderate the cafeteria, which is down to 3 voters, who I highly commend. Thank you. And this requires, Freddie?
I'm sorry, I thought you forgot to vote.
No, I didn't forget. I needed some quiet time to say what I just said. All those in favor of Mr. Geyer's motion, so majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed. Okay, that motion fails. Do I have a motion to dissolve the 2025 annual town meeting? Second. All in favor? All right, that motion carries. Thank you very much. We have a special in just a few weeks.